In the back, and then Commissioner Thomas will be joining us, and we'll begin at that time. In the meantime, please do continue conversation with your neighbors and keep the roar to a low rumble, please. And we'll begin as soon as we have everyone ready.
Being recorded. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Troy, your host. We are live and recording.
Thank you, Troy. Appreciate it. Everyone who's still signing in, please sign in and make your way to your seat. But let's come to order. If everyone will please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, turning to the County Attorney for certification of the agenda.
Yes, sir. The County Attorney's Office has reviewed all items on this agenda. The Board has appropriate jurisdiction over these items, and where necessary, appropriate posting or notice has been provided.
Thank you, Counselor. Turning to the Commissioners for any disclosures of items on this agenda.
I have none, thank you.
And I have none, thank you.
I have none either. Our next item on the agenda is usually our land use meeting agenda items. We do not have any land use meeting agenda items, so we'll be going straight to the public hearing agenda items. First up is River Canyon Plan Development 11th Amendment. Project file is ZR 2024-004. Heather Scott, Principal Planner, presenting for staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Heather Scott, representing Planning Services. The request is a major plan development amendment for the River Canyon Plan Development. Project number is ZR 2024-009. Kevin Collins is here representing the owners. The request is a major plan development amendment to the River Canyon PD map to allow realignment of planning areas golf course or GC 5, open space or OS 1 and 6 to create a new 5-acre residential planning area for up to 4 dwelling units, to change OS 12 to GC 9 to shift ownership and maintenance responsibilities from the Metro District to the golf course. This planning area will remain 0.3 acres. To reconfigure OS 18, GC 6, and GC 8 to create planning areas GC 7 to allow for a short course training golf course. GC 7 will be approximately 6 acres. And the removal of the delineation of a required regional trail through OS 1 and consider optional payment instead of construction of that trail. The intent of the major PD amendment process is to encourage innovative and creative design and to facilitate a mix of use in the development of a balanced community, including residential, business, commercial, recreational, open space, and other selected secondary uses in accordance with Section 24-67-101 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. The major PD amendment process begins with the submittal of an application. Following a review period by referral agencies and public, notice is given for public hearings before the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners. Staff received several phone calls questioning the request and letters of objection from abutting property owners in the Roxborough Park neighborhood, which are included in the staff report. Neighbor concerns include loss of open space, disruption to drainage, diminishing views, devaluation of existing properties, and extending Cicero Court south, which will parallel Roxborough Drive north. The applicant's response to the citizen comments are also included in the attachments in the staff report. At its July 1st, 2024 public hearing, the Planning Commission recommended denial by a vote of 4-3. The public objected to the creation of a new residential area abutting Roxborough Park when the original PD provided golf course and open space buffering between the two communities. Neighbors were concerned about the architecture between the communities is vastly different. The 4 large houses will inflate property values, causing taxes to significantly increase. They stated wildlife will be impacted and existing views would be lost. They claim the application alters the original intent of the PD. The planning commissioners felt that Section 1520 of the Douglas County Zoning Resolution approval criteria for a major amendment could not be met. Specifically, they mentioned 1520.02, whether the amendment is consistent with the intent, efficient development, and preservation of the entire planned development, since this amendment differs from the original PD by altering the golf course and open space locations. They argued 1520.03, whether the amendment will adversely affect the public interest or enjoyment of the adjacent land, since those adjacent lands will be negatively impacted. And lastly, 1520.04, whether the sole purpose of this amendment is to confer a special benefit upon an individual. Those voting against this application stated that the developer would be the only one to benefit. The River Canyon PD 11th Amendment area, identified by the red star, is located in the northwest portion of Douglas County. River Canyon, otherwise known as the Club at Ravenna, is zoned planned development. Neighboring subdivisions like Roxborough Park to the south are also zoned planned development. The Pike National Forest is to the west. There are agriculturally zoned properties to the east and southwest, and there is general industrial zoning to the north. As seen on the aerial, planning areas GC5, OS1, and OS6 are outlined in red in the southern portion of the PD. Planning area OS12, outlined in green, is located in the middle of the PD, and planning areas OS18, GC6, and GC8 are outlined in blue in the northwest portion of the PD. As a background, the original River Canyon PD was approved in 2001. There have been 10 amendments which have adjusted planning area boundaries, altered setbacks, and shifted residential locations. The 11th Amendment is before you today. The proposed amended PD map highlights fairways 8 and 9, or planning areas GC5, OS1, and OS6, outlined in red, which will adjust the boundary to create a new 5-acre residential planning area, ESF, or Estate Single Family 8. Planning area OS12, outlined in green, will change from open space to golf course use so that the golf club can own and maintain this drainage track. And the short course area, planning areas OS18, GC6, and GC8, is outlined in blue. Open space around the driving range will adjust to accommodate a new short course training golf course. Following are site photos. This is a view south from Cicero Court looking at the cart path and fairway 7. This is a view from the existing water tank looking north along the property and fence line. The Roxborough Walking Park is visible to the left. This picture highlights where Cicero Court would be extended for the proposed 4 lots to the right of the fence line. This is a view from the water tank looking northeast towards the 4 proposed lots. Fairway 8 may be seen just beyond the tall grass. This is a view south from the tee box on the 18th fairway, looking through open space 12 toward Dante Drive. This planning area is proposed to be owned and maintained by the golf course. This is a view northwest from the driving range toward the short course. Lockheed Martin can be seen in the background. This photo is taken from Fairway 1, looking north towards the short course. And this photo is taken from Caretaker Road near the water treatment plant, looking south toward the clubhouse, driving range, and proposed short course. Section 1522.08 sets forth the parameters for the board's recommendation of the major amendment request. The comprehensive master plan was assessed at the time of the original PD approval. This slide lists the approval standards for a major PD amendment request as set forth in Section 15. Staff's assessment of the approval standards is discussed in detail on pages 6 and 7 of the staff report. Staff has evaluated the major plan development amendment request in accordance with Section 15 of the zoning resolution. Should the board find that the approval standards have been met, staff proposes the following conditions be included in the motion. Condition number 1, prior to recordation, all technical corrections will be made to the plan development document to the satisfaction of Douglas County. And condition number 2, all commitments and promises made by the applicant or the applicant's representative during the public hearing and/or agreed to in writing and included in the public record have been relied upon by the Board of County Commissioners in approving this application. Therefore, such approval is conditioned upon the applicant's full satisfaction of such commitments and promises. This concludes staff's presentation. I am available to take questions on the staff report at this time if the board wishes. Otherwise, Kevin Collins is here today and does have a presentation as well.
All right, questions for Heather from the board?
Heather, thank you for that presentation. We appreciate it. I saw in the packet, part of your summary indicated that the request does not result in an increase in overall density or area of the River Canyon PD. Rather, it provides new planning areas within the existing development. Is that still true?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's a great question. That was one I had, and when I read the packet, I found that, so I think that's an important part. Thank you for pointing that out.
All right, actually, that was sort of my question for Heather as well. So Heather, I don't have any other questions. If the applicant would like to come forward with presentation, you may do so now. Please identify yourself, give us your credentials, and begin your presentation.
Heather is the...
Yep. That's the one. I'll bring it up for you.
My name is Kevin Collins. I'm the owner, president, and CEO of River Canyon Real Estate Investments. Good afternoon, Commissioners Teal, Layton, and Taylor, and Thomas, excuse me. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you and explain why our proposed 11th Amendment to the River Canyon Plan Development complies with Douglas County zoning and planning requirements, serves community interests, and as a result, we believe that our application should be approved by the Board of County Commissioners. We are a family-owned and operated business. With me this afternoon are my sons, Chris and Jeff Collins, who are key members of our Ravenna staff, Kynan Frankie of Sage Design Group, and our attorney, Arthur Griffin, a director of Fenimore Craig. We are also joined by several residents of the Ravenna community. Douglas County has a long history of exemplary community planning and growth management, a reputation well-deserved. It is one of the fastest-growing counties in the United States, which has balanced the creation of communities, commerce, excellent public schools and services, and recreation opportunities while protecting the natural habitat that makes Douglas County a special place to live and work. The proposed 11th Amendment will allow a modest shift of the 8th and 9th golf holes of Ravenna, the creation of 4 new home sites, and a modest expansion of our existing practice facility. It is in compliance with all Section 15 standards of approval and is endorsed by the Douglas County Planning Department. We are proud of what we have accomplished to Ravenna, and allow me to give you a brief overview of our history. I believe our resurrection of Ravenna is a good bellwether for how we will act if our proposed 11th Amendment is approved. This afternoon, we will cover several topics. First, a brief overview of Ravenna's history. Second, a review of our compliance with Section 15 of the Douglas County Zoning Resolution and why you should approve it. And third, to clarify our positions on statements and comments from those opposed to this proposed amendment made at the July Planning Commission meeting, which opposing comments we found misleading and in many regards. Most importantly, we will explain why we have the right to further develop the Ravenna Golf Course and community, which, as you will see, will be done completely in accordance with Douglas County requirements. We are proud of what we have accomplished to Ravenna. Only 10 years ago, Ravenna was a failed enterprise. We were reeling from the 2008 financial crisis, and between 2007 and 2013, we had no lot sales, absolutely zero. The bank appointed a receiver in 2010, and they were unsuccessful in monetizing the assets of the development. And as a result, Ravenna entered Chapter 11 bankruptcy reorganization in May of 2012. Thereafter, made possible largely by a significant personal investment by my wife, Dawn, and myself, we emerged under a new structure in 2013. Despite the reorganization, growth was slow and challenging. I myself assumed management control in January of 2015. And at that time, we had 26 occupied homes, 166 unsold lots, 50 golf club members, and a tent for a clubhouse. There were extensive amounts of deferred maintenance in the development, including roads, the gatehouse, and other essential aspects of Ravenna. Water treatment was inadequate for development growth, and the development as a whole was riddled with issues. No builders had an interest in buying lots and building spec homes, and individual buyers neither showed interest nor were they able to borrow money to build. The Ravenna Metro District bonds were in default, and it lacked cash for its significant operating costs. There were no golf club amenities, and the course needed improvements so we could attract new members. Also at that time, River Canyon Real Estate Investments owed $8 million in back property taxes to Douglas County at 11 to 12%. With the hard work of our dedicated employees and good leadership and the grace of God, we brought Ravenna back from the brink of total collapse. We had a vision. We invested $45 million to bring the club at Ravenna back to life, and also spent a few $1 million more in the real estate development to enhance the Ravenna brand. We sold all of our lots, we completed over 200 homes, and grew the club to membership to over 400 members. We built a mid-course snack bar, a state-of-the-art fitness center, a pool, and a spectacular new clubhouse. We have made significant improvements to the golf course in the last 10 years, and as part of the 11th Amendment, we're continuing to fix and improve the course to provide an exceptional member experience. We refinanced the defaulted Ravenna Metro District bonds and debt in 2017 with high-interest, unrated bonds. The development at that time only had 50 to 60 completed homes, and we were still not assured of a complete build-out. The new debt provided funding to connect with Roxborough's water system. This water system was a key component to the success of Ravenna. The Roxborough Water and Sanitation District now receives significant water sewer taps and water tap fees and ongoing revenue from water usage fees. Once we were connected to Roxborough's water system, Ravenna will pay Roxborough Water and Sanitation District more than $10 million, which contributes to the overall operation efficiencies, offsets costs, and helps keeps rate down for both Roxborough and Ravenna residents. In December of 2023, Ravenna again refinanced the bonds at lower interest rates. And because of the substantially complete build-out, the bonds were rated as investment-grade bonds, which dropped Ravenna's mill levy for on-residents from approximately 75 mills to a projected 51 mills. In only 9 years, we brought Ravenna from defaulted to investment-grade bonds. The fact is, Ravenna, Roxborough Park residents, and the balance of Douglas County are intertwined with mutual goals and in many ways, mutually beneficial relationships. Roxborough and Ravenna have benefited a great deal from the combined advantages of our relationship. Today, we believe that Ravenna is one of the most prestigious golf communities in the western United States. We have always acted as a good corporate citizen of Douglas County. We are mindful of our water usage and use less water per acre than most other area golf clubs. We sponsor and host charity golf tournaments, including the centerpiece of our tournaments, benefiting the Infinite Hero Foundation, which focuses on United States veterans facing physical and mental challenges. To date, we have been told that the proceeds from 10 years of that tournament, of that single event, we have helped an estimated 56,000 veterans. The principal focuses of the 11th Amendment in this hearing is the shifting and improvement of the 8th and 9th holes of the Ravenna Golf Course and the creation of 4 new adjacent home sites. The 4 sites will be on the east side of Roxborough Drive North, as shown in this depiction. There will be no general access to Roxborough Drive North except for government, maintenance, and emergencies in accordance with the existing 2006 Perpetual Access Easement Agreement, the details of which we will share in the coming slides. There will be no sanctioned exit from Ravenna to Roxborough Drive North. Our goal for holes 8 and 9 has been to enhance both these holes' beauty and playability. We want to fix some of the shortcomings of both holes and provide some key improvements. Hole 8 will be shifted to the east to better utilize the natural ravine and rock formations. The new green complex will significantly improve, offering better playability with more strategic pin locations and a layout designed for a long par 4. Hole 9 will become a scenic par 3 with a clear view of the green from elevated tee boxes, playing over the ravine for a more dramatic experience. New bridges and tee boxes will enhance the layout, providing smoother transitions and a more immersive environment. With the shift of these course features, we will make room for additional home sites within our authorized 250 home site cap set forth in the original plan development documentation. I would also like to highlight that safety will improve for those walking near hole 8 because of fewer errant golf balls will reach the sidewalk. We would also like to note that the addition to being consistent with the Douglas County Comprehensive Master Plan, Ravenna and the proposed 11th Amendment are also consistent with its Recreation and Tourism Plan, a sub-element of the Comprehensive Master Plan. Every bit of the River Can Plan development and the Roxborough Park Foundation communities are located within the Roxborough Separated Urban Area, or SUA. As both the River Canyon Plan Development and the Roxborough Park Foundation communities are in this county-designated urban land use area, there is an expectation of greater density of residential and commercial development. This designation implies that there may be sacrifices that affect views, sightlines, wildlife corridors, and similar elements. As thoroughly presented in the Douglas County Staff Report recommending approval of this proposed 11th Amendment, we obtained referral requests from all necessary agencies and authorities indicating that the proposed 11th Amendment meets all requirements or that no comment was necessary. From its start, our phased expansion has complemented the nearby natural and man-made environments. Ravenna's Design Review Committee sets guidelines and methods for design and construction to ensure visual aesthetics and environmentally sensitive areas are preserved and provide consistency in the design of homes and landscaping. Our Design Review Committee will continue to do so with respect to the homes proposed in the amendment. The 4 new homes will have no effect on area traffic. Access from Roxborough Drive North will be used by government and quasi-government entities or as authorized by easement. Construction will only occur during hours allowed by county rules and regulations. Requirements outlined in the development plan and the design guidelines will restrict exterior lighting of the new residences and implement downlighting techniques that minimize impact on the night sky. Contrary to some claims, we will not install entirely new utilities. We will use existing utility systems to simplify maintenance and cut down on cost. To ensure we meet all requirements, we have contracted with respected local planning, engineering, and environmental study firms intimately familiar with Douglas County regulations to ensure we honor all commitments made in the development plan. As I will outline on the coming slides, the proposed 11th Amendment meets all requirements of the planned development section of the zoning resolution. Ravenna's original development plan allows up to 215 dwelling units to be built in the planning area. The 4 new home sites that are our central focus of this 11th Amendment stay under that cap. The original 300 acres of open space required by the county will stay intact and not change in any way. The amendment will also provide for future construction of an expanded practice area near our clubhouse. The project will enhance our members' experience and will not affect our neighbors or ability to meet the 300-acre open space requirement. When it comes to meeting all the county requirements, you don't have to take our word for it. Look to Douglas County's own professional planning department staff. Its 168-page report states, starting on page 6, the 11th Amendment request is consistent with the development standards, commitments, and overall intent of the PD. The staff specifically stated the request is consistent with the efficient development and preservation of the entire PD. The report says the amendment does not confer a special benefit on an individual. There is no increase in land use density, and that the proposed amendment does not change the impact on public facilities and services. Indeed, West Metro Fire, the Douglas County School District, the Douglas County Engineering Department, the Roxborough Water and Sanitation District, and all other pertinent agencies expressed their ability to serve the project. River Canyon contracted with ERO Resources for a private environmental assessment of the proposed amendment. Their report states our project poses no threat to wetlands or any endangered species. We would also like to highlight that the wildlife corridor, as identified in the original 2001 plan development application, comments at that time were to allow wildlife to go through open space and golf course locations. No specific migratory path. As reflected in the CMP, the entire Roxborough Park area, including the entire Roxborough Park Foundation community, is designated wildlife corridor with the concept to keep land available for animals to flow through the area. Because the 300-acre open space requirement is still met despite the addition of 4 new residential lots, and because the golf course remains fully intact subject to the proposed shifting of holes 8 and 9, there is no material negative impact to the wildlife corridor. Nonetheless, following ERO's recommendations, we will work hand in hand with Colorado Parks and Wildlife to formulate any necessary plan of action. As noted in an April 26, 2024 letter from Douglas County Senior Development Review Engineer Al Peterson, the extension of Cicero Court to accommodate the 4 proposed lots exceeds the maximum length of roadway, 1,200 feet, on a single point of access for emergency purposes, and that a formal access easement agreement will be needed. The Roxborough Park Foundation is grantor, and River Canyon, Ravenna's ownership entity, as grantee, entered into this perpetual access easement agreement in 2006 for this exact purpose. The scope of this easement agreement allows for perpetual, non-exclusive rights of ingress and egress for vehicular and pedestrian access to service and maintain Ravenna improvements and for emergency vehicle access. As a perpetual easement agreed to by the parties and recorded in the real property records of Douglas County, the needed emergency vehicle access right requirement for Mr. Peterson is satisfied. Before diving into specifics regarding the zoning resolution and the application of its criteria to this proposed 11th Amendment, I would like to first briefly touch on the core foundation of property ownership rights in the United States. As firmly established by the Supreme Court of the United States, real property ownership is founded in a concept commonly referred to as a bundle of property rights, which consists of the right to possess, use, dispose of, exclude, develop, and receive income in relation to one's property. Precedent legal decisions have well been documented with this doctrine in Colorado case law. Moving on to the relevant portions of the zoning resolution that we would like to also discuss today are sections 1501, 1502, 1503, and 1520, which cover intent, general requirements, approval criteria for plan development rezoning, and major amendment approval criteria. Each section of the zoning resolution commences with an intent section, the purpose of which is to provide a clear and concise explanation of the purpose, goals, and guiding principles behind each section. The intent section is to outline the specific issues the section aims to address or even provide scope. The general requirements in section 1502 go on to enumerate the general requirements that broadly apply to all planned development district zoning applications. Section 1503 covers more specific approval criteria, such as compliance with requirements of the Douglas County Comprehensive Master Plan. And Section 1520 contains the more nuanced requirements for major amendments to a proposed amendment to a planned development, such as the one before you today. At our July Planning Commission hearing, a small handful of neighbors from Roxborough attended the hearing to argue in opposition to the proposed 11th Amendment. Although we have tremendous respect for our Roxborough Park Foundation neighbors, we, the applicant, do not agree with how those opponents interpreted the relevant sections of the zoning resolution and the manner in which they argued against the proposed 11th Amendment application. Specifically, Roxborough Park Foundation HOA General Manager Brian Lenz cited zoning resolution 1501 regarding the intent of the planned development section to argue that growth must occur in a phased and contiguous manner to save on costly, premature extension of basic infrastructure. The goal of his argument was to impress upon the Planning Commission panel the idea that the 4 proposed additional lots are not contiguous to the remainder of the residential lots of Ravenna and thus do not meet the contiguous requirements of Section 1501. He specifically stated that the new home sites would be isolated and distant from the River Canyon units, and thus not contiguous because they would be over 500 feet from the nearest residence on Cicero Court, and not otherwise contiguous with the balance of the residential development in Ravenna. To further his argument that development must be contiguous, Mr. Lentz also cited Webster's dictionary to define contiguous as being in actual contact, touching along a boundary or at a point, and he stated that is different from being in close proximity. Section 1501 regarding intent is under the general provisions header. And the purpose of Section 1501 is to establish the overall intent of Section 15. What it is not, however, is to provide a specific rule regarding rezoning of a planned development district parcel, but rather establish the overall intent of that section. If the drafters of the zoning resolution had intended the concept of contiguous in regard to real property development to be a specific requirement, especially in the way Mr. Lentz purports it to be, they arguably would have included it in sections 1502 and 1520, or any other portion of the zoning resolution enumerating specific requirements that apply to the planned developments. Mr. Lentz's focus on contiguity and his use of the Webster's definition does not make sense in the context of residential development. If contiguous development, as Mr. Lentz purports, the word to be used were to occur at all development would need to be in a linear manner throughout an unbroken sequence. Each residential lot would need to be developed one after another in a row down the line. Needless to say, this would be highly impractical and not common practice in any real estate development. Contiguity, if applied to the development of a residential real estate, should at the very least be approached from a tract-by-tract rather than a lot-by-lot basis. Interpretation of laws, regulations, municipal codes, and zoning regulations should rely on legally defined terms when available. There is no definition of contiguous in the zoning resolution or in the CMP. However, Colorado Revised Statutes defines the term, which should be considered a more prevalent source than Webster's dictionary. Contiguous as defined by the Colorado Revised Statutes in regard to real property means that the parcels physically touch, except that contiguity is not interrupted by an intervening local street, alley, or common element in a common interest community. Even if the use of any specific word in the intent section of the resolution was to be treated as a specific requirement using the state of Colorado's statutory definition of contiguous, would undeniably apply over an undefined term or Webster's definition in any court of law. Also at the Planning Commission hearing, our opponents sounded dire warnings about costly installation of utilities at taxpayers' expense. That is simply not true. All basic infrastructure, such as utilities and the new road required for the new parcels, will be contained within Ravenna's Metro District, and thus no taxpayer funds are required. No resident of the Roxborough Park Foundation community or Ravenna residents will be responsible for any portion of the installation of this proposed 11th Amendment infrastructure, the costs of which will be borne solely by River Canyon. There will be no costly extension of infrastructure to accommodate the 4 units. The infrastructure is already there, and Roxborough Water and Sanitation District considers these 4 lots as infill projects that require no additional improvements. All the major utility providers have confirmed their respective ability to serve these home sites. I state with full confidence that Ravenna's proposed 11th Amendment is in complete compliance with relevant sections of zoning resolution. As I am sure you all are aware, Section 1520.01 of the zoning resolution requires a proposed amendment such as this one to be consistent with the development standards, commitments, and overall intent of the planned community. The overall purpose of River Canyon Plan Development is the creation of a golf community, and the proposed 11th Amendment makes no diversion from that goal. Moreover, Ravenna has its design review committee to ensure that additional homes are consistent with the design standards, commitments, and overall intent of the Ravenna PD. During the Planning Commission hearing, no substantive argument was made that would call a lack of development standards, commitments, or overall intent into question. Opponents argued that the style and design of the Ravenna homes would not be consistent with the classic Southwest style homes of the Roxborough Foundation community, and that approval of 11th Amendment would change the character of the neighborhood. I would like to highlight that the focus of the development standards, commitments, and overall intent concepts in the zoning resolution 1520.01 apply to Ravenna as the applicant planned community, not adjacent communities. The style of homes of the Roxborough Park Foundation community is irrelevant for purposes of this hearing. With over 1,000 homes in the Roxborough Park Foundation community, I struggle to make the connection of how the addition of 4 homes in an adjacent community would change the character of a neighborhood. As noted in the staff report recommending approval of this proposed 11th Amendment, which is reflected in this slide, is taken directly from the staff report, the Douglas County Planning Department staff unequivocally concluded that the proposed 11th Amendment is consistent with the development standards, commitments, and the overall intent of the PD. Section 1520.02 covers whether an amendment is consistent with the intent, efficient development, and preservation of the entire planned development. The character of Ravenna will continue to be that of a golf course community, and the proposed amendment is 100% consistent with the original River Canyon development standards approved in 2001. All aesthetics of the new holes 8 and 9 and the additional proposed lots will be consistent with the balance of Ravenna, and no arguments or other evidence has been presented to show that they would not be. The 4 new lots will bring the total number of home sites at Ravenna to 247, keeping consistent with the 250 cap imposed by the development plan. As noted, all infrastructure such as utilities and a new road required for the new parcels would be contained within the Ravenna's Metro District, and thus no taxpayer funds outside of the Metro District are required. Again, as noted in this slide, which is taken directly from the staff report, the Douglas County Planning Department staff unequivocally concluded that the proposed 11th Amendment is consistent with the efficient development and the preservation of the entire PD. Regarding Section 1520.03, which concerns whether the amendment will adversely affect the public interest and enjoyment of the adjacent land. The 4 new home sites will have low impact on the surrounding area. In accordance with the county regulations and the staff report endorsing the amendment, each lot will have a building envelope to protect the natural environment and reduce impacts to neighbors. In the July Planning Commission hearing, Mr. Lance purported that enjoyment of many adjacent landowners within the foundation will be adversely affected by the amendment, and that foundation owners living on the northern portion of Sleeping Bear Trail and cul-de-sacs of Roxborough Drive North will see their enjoyment of adjacent land and new homes adversely affecting the views of these current homeowners. Of the small number of application opponents from the Roxborough Park Foundation community that presented, their objections included inflated claims that construction of the new homes would be, and I quote, a complete obstruction of view from my front door, and another claim that the construction of the new homes is in violation of 8 counts of the nuisance law, one claim of which she purported was a loss of ability to enjoy life. While we sincerely hope our endeavors do not result in that neighbor's ability to enjoy life, we do believe that shifting the holes 8 and 9 and the creation of 4 new homes will do such a thing or will result in a material obstruction of any view. And despite these arguments, the law is in our favor. Pursuant to Colorado law, there is no right to a view corridor in absence of an easement. Colorado law clearly states that property owners do not have any constitutionally recognized property right in the preservation of scenic views. Property owners do not have rights against obstructions unless those rights are granted through specific local regulations or agreements, including easements. There is no record of any agreement with Roxborough Park Foundation or its residents to maintain its views. Nonetheless, Ravenna has worked from the start to address concerns of the adjacent property owners about views. Given the slope and topography, there will be little to no impact on the views of Roxborough Park's geological features or views of downtown Denver. We will grade the lots in ways that minimize obstruction, and as mentioned earlier, home height will fall within the development plan guidelines and will include walkout basement heights. To exemplify the different elevations between Ravenna and Roxborough Park Foundation community, our design staff created this digital rendering that shows the approximate distances from nearby Roxborough Drive North residences once the new homes are built. Roxborough Park Foundation homes are at least 75 yards or 225 feet from the closest new home sites at their nearest point, which new homes will sit approximately 20 feet lower than those adjacent existing Roxborough Park Foundation homes. The walkout basement heights of these proposed new homes will be included in the total height of the new homes, which must not exceed 35 feet in the aggregate. This image is a close-up of the prior slide depicting approximate distances from homes on the north portion of Sleeping Bear Trail and cul-de-sacs of North Roxborough Drive, which homes are owned by some of the small handful of homeowners claiming that they will see their enjoyment of adjacent land and new homes adversely affected by Ravenna's 4 new home sites. The proposed amendment does not impinge on any sightline or view corridor easements. Douglas County confirms no recorded easements or sightlines for this area. We were also referred to a multi-county technical report about the Front Range mountain backdrop and found no evidence of view corridors or easements at this location. Before I move on, please note the 2 red dots in the current slide. To further exemplify the different elevation and impacts of our views, our design staff created this image that depicts anticipated views from one of the homes on Sleeping Bear Trail looking north-northeast towards the new homes. The distance from the most northern corner of the home on Sleeping Bear Trail is a full 75 yards or 225 feet away from the closest portion of any of the proposed new homes. As you can see, the proposed homes have little to no impact on the Sleeping Bear Trail homeowners' ability to see the Hogback, Colorado's Eastern Plains, or the Denver skyline. Black's Law Dictionary, one of the most respected sources of legal terminology, defines enjoyment in relation to property ownership as the possession and use of property, and such definition does not include the preservation of scenic views. This concept is especially important when there's no written record of evidence of an easement or right to view corridor. Ironically, if carried to its full extent, our opponent's incorrect argument will unlawfully deprive Ravenna of its rights as a property owner to possess and use its property as granted by the bundle of rights doctrine. As you can see, none of the opponents have provided any tangible examples of how our project will adversely affect their possession and use of their properties. This image reflects a depiction of an anticipated view from the corner of Roxborough Drive North and Hermitage Run, one of the cul-de-sacs situated east of the Roxborough Drive North. Looking east-northeast towards the new homes, the distance from this point in the intersection of Roxborough Drive North and Hermitage Run is approximately 300 feet, the full length of a football field, away from the proposed new homes, which includes a significant open space buffer. Again, as you can see, the proposed homes have no impact on the Hermitage Run homeowners' ability to see the Hogback, our Eastern Plains, or the Denver skyline. I would like to note it is fair to assume that every single home in Roxborough Park has other residences in its view plane that may or may not block views of rock formations in the Denver skyline. To deny an application on the idea that any portion of another's home impedes the view of geological formations would be the height of irony, by providing a special benefit to the parties opposing this application and to the detriment of the applicant. Although it is not applicable to the 4 proposed new home sites, I would also like to call attention to the Roxborough Park Foundation Design Review document, which is recorded in the real property records of Douglas County. Under its basic building design requirements, subsection 4 specifically addresses Roxborough Park Foundation's requirements for any home adjacent to golf course property or Roxborough Drive North, which allows structures up to 2 visible stories plus a roof as viewed from Roxborough Drive North or any golf course. And despite the limitation on the street side access elevations of 1 story, the subsection allows for 1-story golf course site homes with walkout basement designs. We would like to better understand why the addition of our 4 proposed homes that meet the Foundation's own design guidelines somehow adversely affect those neighbors and the enjoyment of their property, and why Ravenna homes should not be afforded at least the same base design thresholds as allowed in this subdivision of the Roxborough Park Foundation. In addition to his comments at the July Planning Commission hearing, Mr. Lentz provided a letter to Mrs. Scott dated August 26, 2024, citing the original River Canyon rezoning application in an effort to claim that one of the original principal members of the River Canyon Real Estate Investments, Mr. Steve Nichols, promised to never build on these proposed sites. In this letter, Mr. Lentz cites and includes a copy of a 4-page project summary from the 2,401-page zoning application initiated in 1999, and also notes that he has located Roxborough Park Foundation's communication to its residents on that matter. In reference to finding the project summary in the 2,401-page zoning application, Mr. Lentz commented, and I quote, "is an amalgamation of all applicant submissions, referral responses, and supporting documentation." And Mr. Lentz purports that this 4-page snippet of the project summary is evidence that Mr. Nichols has made the commitment to never build on these proposed sites. Mr. Lentz notes that in the project summary, the original applicant stated, I quote, "Our plan provides for a series of open space areas creating appropriate transitions to the 7 sides of the property abutting residential uses," end quote. And that they had been working together with area residents in over 100 meetings during the past 18 months. He also notes that the Foundation's December 1998 newsletter reported on a November 10th, 1998 meeting with Mr. Nichols that he attended, and the newsletter states, I quote, "The common property line between Roxborough Park North and the River Canyon project would be left either natural open spaces or golf course property," end quote. The newsletter makes no direct quote of Mr. Nichols or provides reference to any agreed upon commitment to keep specific portion of Ravenna property as open space or golf course property. What we believe Mr. Lentz's goal was in submitting this project summary and Foundation newsletter to the Planning Department staff was an attempt to convince the staff that this 4-page project summary created 2 years prior to the approval of the rezoning application was some sort of smoking gun that he found in the 2,401-page zoning application. On the screen is an affidavit dated August 9th, 2024 for Mr. Nichols, stating that he never made such a commitment. I quote, 4 years and more than 300 meetings about the River Canyon plan, I never made any promises to anyone. As you all know, possibly better than anyone in this room, a great deal of discussions, meetings, applications, revisions, and hearings go into real estate development planning and approval process. The finalized plan development plats and other documentation is what emerges from that lengthy process and reflects the final agreed to balance of interests reflected in those discussions, meetings, applications, revisions, and hearings. As noted in this affidavit, Mr. Nichols and the River Canyon team spent 4 years getting this rezoning application approved. The idea that a project summary created in its early stages of a plan development rezoning process is a firm commitment to do something specific is unfounded given the magnitude of the discussions, meetings, applications, revisions, and hearings that go into such a process. Any firm commitment to honor linear distances of open spaces or other buffers would have been identified in the final approved versions of such a planned development submittal. I would also like to note that all series of open spaces around the sides of the property abutting the residential uses all vary greatly in distances from as little as a small strip of land to distances of several hundred feet. As noted in recent slides, the distance from the most northern corner of the home on Sleeping Bear Trail is a full 75 yards or 220 feet away from the closest portion of the proposed new home. Even in that case, there will still be an open space far more than 100 feet across its most narrow point. I also reiterate that approval of this proposed 11th Amendment does not result in any deficiency of the 300 open acre space requirement set forth in the original River Canyon development plan. As clearly established in this presentation, we are taking every reasonable step possible to facilitate our endeavors in this proposed 11th Amendment to have as little impact as possible on our neighbors, on drainage, and on wildlife corridors. We have also clearly established that Mr. Nichols made no promises or other firm commitment to any adjacent parcels to keep any specific portion of Ravenna as open space. And lastly, the creation of these 4 new homes will have almost zero impact on adjacent homeowners' ability to see the Hogback, the Plains, and the Denver skyline. Section 152004 asks whether the sole purpose of the amendment is to confer a special benefit upon an individual. Clearly, it does not. The amendment would benefit golf club members, the county, surrounding businesses, and nearby residents. The logical extension of claiming this amendment benefits an individual is to say that the entire Ravenna development of more than 200 homes and golf club was simply to benefit one individual. That makes no sense. Mr. Lentz claims that it is one of the foundation's opinion that the amendment serves to the unjustified nature of benefit to the current landowner and a detriment to the Roxborough's adjacent property owners. It is arguable that every last home in Roxborough Park has other residences in its viewplane, regardless of whether such other residences impede views of the Hogback or other rock formations. To deny an application in part or in whole on the idea that any portion of one of the new proposed home sites impedes a view of geological formations by an adjacent foundation homeowner grants the special benefit on the foundation homeowner opposing our application, which is to our detriment as the applicant. The argument ignores River Canyon's real property right to use, dispose of, develop, and receive income from its property, and the future owners of the proposed lots' right to possession, use, disposal, and exclusion of others. There is no detriment to the adjacent property owners other than a slight reduction of its view of a small portion of the Ravenna Golf Course, to which no established view right exists. As noted in the staff report recommending approval of this proposed 11th Amendment, your Douglas County Planning Department staff unequivocally concluded that the amendment does not confer a special benefit upon any individual. Section 152005 of the zoning resolution regarding water supply standards is applicable only to applicants proposing an increase in the intensity of the allowed land uses, specifically in relation to density. Again, as noted in the staff report, we're recommending approval. This proposed amendment does not increase the intensity of the allowed land uses, and there is no increase in density. Thus, the approval criteria is met. Section 152006 of the zoning resolution requires examining whether public facilities and services necessary to accommodate a proposed amendment will be available concurrently with the impacts of such development. As noted, the infrastructure is already there, and consider these 4 lots as infill projects that require no additional improvements. All the major utility providers have confirmed their respective ability to serve these home sites. Section 06 of the zoning resolution requires examining whether public facilities and services necessary to accommodate a proposed amendment will be available concurrently with the impacts of such development. Despite arguments that the extension of Cicero Court, parallel to Roxborough Drive North, would have an impact on existing services as noted in the staff report, again, your staff planning confirmed we have met this standard and confirmed public utilities and services can accommodate the proposed development. The major amendment is unequivocally met. As called for in Section 1407, as there is sufficient roadway to handle the additional traffic of 4 new home sites. As noted in the staff report recommending approval of this 11th Amendment, the density is not increasing and will not impact the level of service in the existing public roadway network. Accordingly, the requirements of 152007 and the prior 6 requirements we have just reviewed are met. Ravenna is not just one person. It's a group of people sharing common experience. Whether they're employees, members, homeowners, ownership, or visiting golfers, I believe we have shown how much Ravenna has meant to the residents of our community and the Roxborough area. We are asking for approval of this 11th Amendment so that we can complete our real estate endeavors as we envision them. Nothing more. This is an image of the 18th hole in Ravenna in 2008. As you can see, the tent clubhouse to the left. Today, this is the same view of that image in 2024. Please remember that with this amendment, we seek no special considerations or exemptions. No height restrictions to be raised, no lighting restrictions to be lifted, no construction work outside the county-defined days and hours, no change in the dwelling cap, no downsizing the open space requirements, and no impact on the wildlife corridor. All we are asking for is an objective decision based on the facts that upholds our rights as property owners. We will continue to host charity events. We will continue to operate and improve our golf course to further enhance it as a highly sought-after golf destination as it is today. As a family and for a decade, we dedicated our hard work and risked everything we have to create the Ravenna golf community as you see it today, and we will continue to do so. We know you face many complex and sometimes controversial issues every day. I thank you for your time that you have spent studying this issue and listening to my presentation. If we had not stepped in with financing when Ravenna was about to fail, it could have easily still be adrift today or replaced with something far less desirable for the community and the county. All we seek is county approval to proceed with our proposed 11th Amendment and exercise our property ownership rights to develop our property as presented to you today. Thank you so much for your time.
All right. Questions for the applicant from the board?
Mr. Collins, thank you so much for that detailed report to the Board of County Commissioners. I'm in my 6th year as a county commissioner and then served for as a planning commissioner for several years, following a long career as a land use attorney. And I'm always really amazed by the story of Ravenna. And in many ways, I think your story reflects the American dream. and the willingness of an individual to take on the enterprise risk of a failing piece of land and turn it into something truly significant for the benefit of the entire community. So my thanks for your incredible work, and that is just it's a great success story for all. Getting back to the legal approval criteria, I just, I'm troubled a bit because, obviously as we go through each aspect of 1520, it doesn't appear to me that from a legal perspective that you haven't met all of those criteria. In my mind, it appears that you have, and that staff has confirmed that. And specifically, I want to just reiterate, so the commitment requiring a minimum of 300 acres of open space is still met, correct? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner.
I have no questions. I followed along, took a lot of notes, and I don't have any questions, but I'll be listening to citizen comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
No questions from me. Thank you, Mr. Collins. You can have a seat. We're going to go to citizen testimony, and then we will redirect back to the applicant and give the applicant an opportunity to speak to citizen comments made. Okay, so going to citizen testimony, my first name is Jan Berger.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just ask a point of personal privilege, I'm wondering if staff could just share the legal approval criteria. And I wonder if it'd be beneficial for the chair to direct public comment towards the legal approval criteria to the extent that would be beneficial to the board.
I think that's a phenomenal idea, Commissioner. Heather, can you square that away for us? Cool. Good to go, Commissioner?
I am, and I guess along those same lines, I'm challenged by hyperbole. It is very helpful for those who have been here before, ensuring that comments are tailored to the legal criteria. When individuals, I don't want to, give Mr. Lentz too hard of a time. I think we greatly appreciate the hard work of citizens to organize their community and protect deeply significant land. But when comments are made that, around contiguous and enjoyment, they have to be the legal definitions consistent with real estate law, not the normal standard of what contiguous and enjoyment means. It's that legal standard. So I would respectfully request that any citizen comment reflect those legal standards to help the deliberation of this board. And again, I think you're free to say whatever you'd like during your 3 minutes or 6 minutes if you represent an organization. But if those comments read as, I'll never be able to enjoy my land again, I want you to know that those, as one commissioner, those don't land very well with me because I do find that to be manufactured outrage and hyperbole. But that said, you're free to say whatever you'd like. I think it would be helpful to confine comments to the legal criteria. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, before we begin citizen testimony, would you like to make any comments to guide testimony?
I would just remind everybody when you come up to say your name, spell your last name so we get your name correct in the minutes, and the area that you live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, returning to citizen testimony, Jan Berger. Ma'am, come on forward, and as requested by the Commissioner, please give us your name, tell us where you're from.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Jan Berger, B-E-R-G-E-R. I live in Roxborough Park and have lived there for 29 plus years and served on many committees devoted to improving our community and our environment. My concern about Ravenna's latest attempt to increase the number of homes along Roxborough Drive is the impact such a change will have on existing homes and on the natural habitat that will be damaged as a result. Views of existing homes will be impaired as taxes are increased, both due to 4 $2 million building sites with 3-story homes on them. That hardly seems fair and makes reselling these homes more difficult. Equally, if not more importantly, to make those $2 million Ravenna lots buildable with their 8-foot setbacks, fencing, they will have to move part of the golf course, which will permanently damage the major ravine that runs next to the golf course, endangering flora and fauna, and likely eliminating the long-used wildlife corridor that has been a home, nursery, and playground for dozens of deer, foxes, rabbits, and myriad birds and other animals for many thousands of years. And when the natural drainage of this ravine is disturbed in this time of climate change, with larger than expected rains, storms, and drought, we know who knows what disasters will arise for these new buildings, as well as the existing surrounding homes. In my opinion, the cost to wildlife, environment, Ravenna and Roxborough, and existing Douglas County residents is not worth a few new houses, both financial and otherwise. So please join me and my neighbors and vote to deny Ravenna's application to increase the number of houses. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your comments. Steve Berger. Sir, please give us your name, spell your last name, and tell us where you're from.
Hi, my name is Stephen Berger, B-E-R-G-E-R. I live at, well, forget that, Roxborough Park. I want to thank the commissioners for this opportunity to share my experience with various Ravenna plat change proposals over the years. Forgive me, I don't have a law degree, Mr. Layden. I have lived in the north end of Roxborough Park, less than a quarter mile from Ravenna, for nearly 30 years, and was on the Roxborough Park Board of Directors from 1997 to 2000, during the period of the initial proposal for what was then River Canyon. At that time, the River Canyon developers wanted to build more than 600 homes, with some townhomes that even had balconies that would have extended over the Platte River. Along with others, we objected to the density of the project. The developers finally countered with a lower density plan of high-end homes and to use their golf course as a buffer zone between development and our community, which was their preference at the time, and which is borne out by just looking at the layout of Ravenna today. In particular, as noted in the December 1998 issue of our HOA newsletter, which was posted up there earlier, and under discussion today, that area, quote, between Roxborough Drive North and the River Canyon project, end quote, was to be open space or golf course. We, that is our board of directors at that time, said we would not object to the new plan and plat. It was also agreed that River Canyon would not build on or up against the hogback that runs between our communities. In fact, several years later, when another developer wanted to build homes close to the hogback on what is now Schmidt Nature Park, Ravenna was the loudest voice in the room to oppose them. Just as importantly as promises made 25 years or so ago is the devastating negative effect construction of these few homes will have on the arroyo or ravine that runs through the proposed project area. This is pristine riparian habitat where deer, puma, foxes, and other fauna have lived and bred for centuries. The fact is, it was the Ravenna developers who proposed the golf course buffer in the first place. It is they also who, with no regard to an established neighboring community, wants to shift density, and it is they who would destroy a pristine natural environment that has been home to multitudes of animals and birds for eons. With all this in mind, and additional points made by my neighbors, my wife, and others, I urge you to deny. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Roxanne Messina, please.
Thank you.
Ma'am, if you could give us your name, tell us where you're from.
My name is Roxanne Messina, Messina. I am from Roxborough Park. I live at the most north end of next to this project. When Douglas County Commissioners approved River Canyon, they approved it with 3/4 of the property to be left as open space, and this particular parcel donated it to the Conservancy. The Schmidt family generously donated their land that was intended to abut this parcel of River Canyon to preserve the wildlife habitat. Last week, I viewed a video that Kevin Collins sent out to River Canyon homeowners showing the destruction this 11th Amendment would allow. It will cut out the open space, deface nature, uprooting hundreds of trees and natural landscape, obliterating the beauty that God created. He never mentions the 4 McMansions which are the driving force behind this golf course reconstruction, allowing him a multi-million-dollar windfall. Additionally, a road would be built behind our homes where automobile headlights will shine in our windows and interfere with the enjoyment of our property. These are violations of DCZR 1520-02, 03, 04, and CRS 1613. Most important, this destruction will destroy the home of abundant wildlife. This particular area is more than just a wildlife corridor, it's like a sanctuary. They graze, play, sleep, and they give birth in this area. Furthermore, the intent is to wrap up this whole package in wrought iron fencing, which is not wildlife friendly. These negative impacts on existing flora and fauna and efficiency and preservation violate DCZR 1507.08 and 1520.02, respectively. On July 1st, the Planning Commissioners voted against the rezoning due to a tremendous amount of opposition and that it does not conform to the zoning regulations. Kevin Collins told the Commissioners that night that they should just throw out these conjectures like he deserves special treatment. The Ravenna community itself objects to this rezoning due to the obliteration of the natural habitat and wildlife and also the costs. They already pay over $2.5 million a year in HOA dues, and where are these dues going? They have to voice their concerns anonymously because they're subject to retaliation by the owner. This project will be pure profit for Kevin Collins and no one else. Bottom line, zoning regulations were implemented to protect the natural habitat and wildlife. As originally planned, this area should be dedicated open space, and the owner should have the decency to abide by the high standards originally set by Douglas County. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your comments. Eric McKelly, please. Eric McKelly. Oh, thank you, sir. Please give us your name and tell us where you're from.
Okay, I've got, first of all, I've got photographic packages for everybody. Thank you. And my name is Eric McKelvey, last name MC, capital K-E-L, V as in Victor, Y as in Yankee. I intend to concentrate on those vital factual elements that led the planning commissioners to deny approval of the application. It was obvious by their own statements that the panel felt the provisions of DCZR 1520-02 through 04 were not met. Furthermore, the project is not compatible with surrounding land uses and zoning as noted in Douglas County Master Plan, which states compatible with existing natural and environmental conditions of the site and preservation of important natural features and scenic view sheds, riparian corridors, wildlife habitat, movement corridors, and historic resources. Mr. Collins has stated that he intends to follow Ravenna design and architectural guidelines to those 4 houses. He refers to them as executive houses. There are several current executive homes in Ravenna at this time, 5 of which I've provided some photographs for you. These homes range in size from 7,500 square feet to over 10,000 square feet and are practically built setback to setback. He is now asking for an even smaller side and front setbacks from what is currently allowed for these 4 houses, putting them only 20 feet apart. Roxborough Park surrounding homes are 30 to 50 feet apart. This amendment would be like erecting a massive wall 35 feet high and the length of a football field, blocking wildlife and ruining the magnificent hogback as he tears everything out to make his changes. Cramming 4 homes using almost all the lot this close together are major fire hazards. Simply put, these sprawling houses do not fit in any way where he wants to put them. I should note that in his presentation, the house that was pictured was an ultra-modern 3-story house. That's his idea of confirming. But the examples he gave, oh, well, let's put these little bitty houses across the street. They're not going to build little bitty houses. He's already proven that he's willing to chop up the golf course in order to build more homes. There are multiple places where he could continue this tactic. The opportunist is so convinced he's ahead of the game that he's already showing these properties to potential buyers. This is an emotional, financial, and life-changing situation for Roxborough residents, but it's simply a contrived business situation for profit.
Mr. McKelvey, if you could wrap up, please.
Last part. And of course, a regulatory decision in this venue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McKelvey. We appreciate your comments. Oh my goodness, this is going to be rough. Durrani Wheel? Ma'am, if you could please state your name, properly, I'm sure, and give us your, tell us where you're from.
Darren Weil, W-E-I-L, Roxborough Park. Just a quick note, my feeling today is we, as homeowners, purchase our homes in regards to how Douglas County has set the planning for our communities. And we trust Douglas County to hold up their plans and follow through with those plans. And that's why we purchased in Roxborough Park, is because we like the openness, everything that is set right now in play. And we would like you to uphold those plans as they are today and deny this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. Neil Aylward? Sir, please come forward. Give us your name. Tell us where you're from.
Neil Aylward, that's A-Y-L-W-A-R-D, Roxborough Park resident. In fact, we live at the end of one of the cul-de-sacs that probably had the little yellow lines drawn on them to demonstrate the view earlier at the end of Lone Pine. So we look diagonally straight across at the planned development. We understand that we don't have a legal right to a view, but when we bought the home, we bought it for the view. And it seems that it could well, all the development and building there could negatively impact the value of our home. So like the previous speaker, we would like to ask and recommend that we stick with the original plan and not allow the changes to be imposed in this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your comments. Jim Griffith, please. Mr. Griffith, please give us your name. Tell us where you're from.
Jim Griffith, G-R-I-F-F-I-T-H. I'm from Roxborough, and we overlook the area too. So on page 131 of your voluminous report, Heather Scott from the Douglas County Planning Commission said that Cicero Court, if extended greater than 1,200 feet, requires emergency access from Roxborough Drive North. Now, the original presenter very deftly did not include the Roxborough response to that that was published in the October 4th supplement, where it said that the easement that was quoted was only there for construction of a water pump and a water tank. It was not for residential use. And the Roxborough Park Foundation would not allow the granting of an easement for residential access or egress. Number one. Number two, regarding 15-2003, the wildlife affected. I quote your staff. It's a high habitat value area for wildlife, being the overland connection for part of the wildlife movement corridor. Now, I didn't think it was really addressed very well by Ravenna. They said in their report, oh, we'll be sensitive in the design of cart paths and we'll have wildlife sensitive plants. But I guess wildlife don't vote. It does affect my my public interest and my use, and I do vote. Finally, 15-2004, the sole purpose being conferred on an individual. And I think here individual means company, group, family. Well, again, the Ravenna presenter belied himself by saying that we're exclusively family owned. And any other benefit that they're going to do is going to be at their beneficence, at their charity. But they get the original money for this. So 3 areas, 3 points. I'm against it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your comments. Cindy Livingston, please. Ma'am, please come forward. Give us your name. Tell us where you're from.
My name is Cindy Livingston, Livingston. With your permission, Commissioners, I wish to speak for Raymond Dubala, D-U-R-B-A-L-A, who had intended to speak today but was taken to the emergency room last night and is currently in hospital. I hope that you will forgive him not being able to speak or get online to speak. Do I have your permission to continue?
Ma'am, you may. Please be advised you're still under the 3-minute limit.
Yeah. Okay. The Planning Commission established a policy which was acceptable to their adjacent residents, Roxborough Park, by not platting buildable lots between the golf course and the adjacent residents. This was a consideration acceptable to both River Canyon, Ravenna, and Roxborough Park. I presented this information at the planning meeting held July 1st. At that time, I made this statement. I could not verify the information detailing the agreement. I have now obtained that verification of the agreement. Published in the December 1998 Roxborough Echoes Round the Rocks, referring to negotiations between Steve Nichols, River Canyon developer, and Del Kelly, representative for Friends of River Canyon. The following statement, in part, was recorded in the monthly Echoes as the developers modified plans for the property. Quote, the common property between Roxborough Park North and River Canyon project would be left as either as natural open space or golf course property, with open space being given to the Conservancy. End quote. This proposal to established property that was agreed between the parties to remain as Conservancy use, not building lots. This change would be taking away the rights previously agreed upon. Please do not approve this revised platting to benefit River Canyon, Ravenna, because this would not benefit Ravenna golfers or the Roxborough residents. Thank you for consideration and reviewing the proposed amendment. And thank you for allowing me to speak on his behalf.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your comments. We appreciate them. Bridget Epp.
Hello, Commissioners, Layden, Teal, and Thomas. Thank you very much for this time. My name is Bridget Epp, and it's spelled E-P-P. I live in Roxborough Park. I'm the co-chair of Save Our Rocks, and we want to be very consistent, and that we feel that this request by Ravenna to change the zoning, the PD amendment really violates 152002, which talks about preservation of an efficient development and the preservation of the entire planned development. Last year, Douglas County took up the idea that they might want to remove and change the word preservation out of this approval criteria. There was quite a bit of thought process that went behind all that on your behalf, as well as the staff and public comment. In the end, preservation was kept in this approval criteria, and because of that reason, I'd like you to consider denying this request. And that is with all due respect to Kevin Collins, the family, and everything that they have done at Ravenna, which has been magnificent. But in this specific situation, the anvil was struck when that was made open space golf course. That's where it should stay. And our belief is that preservation has to be upheld per that specific approval criteria. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your comments. Barb Bislawski. Ma'am, come on forward. Give us your name and where you're from.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Buslawski, Buslawski. I am a board member for the HOA. I'm a member at large, but I'm speaking here today as a resident. Just a couple of things. I'm listening to the presentation, and I'm not sure I can connect it to your approval criteria specifically. However, there is, I believe it's the adopted roadway level of service. I want to go back to that easement. The easement was for the water tower. It was for an easement across, granted from RPF, for the water tower and maintenance of the water power. This is a second buyer of the property. And while they have done wonderful things and been very successful, they bought the property after doing their due diligence and knew what the easement was for. They have a group, just like they have now, of people who do their due diligence. They knew that easement was for that water tower and for that water tower only. And now they want to change that easement to a more broad easement for emergency access. I think history matters here. And I think that they should honor the agreement which they purchased and not try to change it now that they want to add 4 lots. In addition, I would like to ask them if they are going to agree to maintain those homes at 1 story. Yes, you show them as 1 story on your presentation, but as those of us who live next to Ravenna know, those 7,000, 5,000 square foot homes that are much taller, very grandiose, are much more common. I would dare say they're 85 to 90% of that area. They're huge. And so I see some disconnect between what is shown to us and what we think is more normal or the average with the homes that are built in there now. So I would like to see some kind of agreement or provision that they would honor that and not change it once they get the agreement, if they do, if you respectfully agree with them. That is all I would like to say about this. Thank you for your time and for your service to this county. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your comments. Slade Putnam. Slade Putman. All right.
You got it. Thank you. I'd like to express my thanks to the County Commission to have the opportunity to come and participate in this process. That's what makes America great. We can all be together to have the opportunity to provide our input, and I'm thankful for that. The first thing I'd like to say is I would like to request that the County Commissioners deny the developmental request based on the application standards. I'm not an attorney. I'm not an expert in real estate law. I do believe that the points that have been made so far have demonstrated that the project and the proposal is not in compliance. I have lived here in Roxborough Park for 15 years, along with the other 5 or 6 families from the Elk Rest Run cul-de-sac, which will be directly opposite of the development that's being proposed. In fact, it's a rather weak chip shot over to holes 8 and 9. Even I could make it that far with that. And I would say that, and I would say and suggest that this is not a low-impact project. In fact, it's hardly that. It will be doubling the roads that go in and out of that area. It will eliminate the natural habitat and double the concrete that is going to be required for that. We in Roxborough feel that Roxborough is under developmental attack between the effort to develop the Pomeroy Spa and now the River Canyon development, and we need to refer back to the intent of what this community was when it was designed. I have to fully respect the fact that Ravenna has recovered financially. I think that's a job extremely well done, and it's definitely in the best interest of the community there as well as Douglas County. Those that have been around a long time know that Roxborough Park was also in the same financial situation and recovered from that same difficult circumstance. That did not leave us with an open slate to redevelop everything whichever way we would prefer to. And I believe that while every business, and I've been a business person for a long time and have dealt with a lot of objections to business, has the right to make a profit, I believe sufficient profits have been made. If you do the math on the recovery that has been done, 174 homes added, that's probably $75 to $150 million in profit. The last 4 homes needing to be done here are going to be extremely disruptive in the views and the lifestyles. I would ask that the presentations of the plots be recorded in time and history, and if the homes that do ultimately get built there don't represent that, that they be removed, because that's what this was presented by. So I think that's only fair. I would ask, when will enough be enough? I think in 5 years, the developers could come back and say, we could carve up that 18 holes and take 75% of that and make 18 holes of it and develop another 3 homes or whatever, how many homes. So in conclusion, I don't recommend it, and I ask that you consider, just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your comments. Jim McCord.
Did you get the spelling of that speaker's name?
Yes, ma'am. It's right here, as well as his, he actually wrote out his address. It'll be provided to the clerk. Mr. McCord, please do give us your name. Tell us where you're from.
James McCord, MCCORD. And I live in Roxborough. I actually saw my house a bunch of times in the slides. I live right on the corner of Elk Rest Run. I don't have a lot to add after Slade, my neighbor, and I'm kind of upset to hear that my other neighbor, Ray DeBall, is in the hospital, so bear with me. My wife and I have lived there for 27 years. With the DeBallas, we're the longest residents that live right at that area across from this new development. And I feel like I'm having a little bit of deja vu, but it's not going the same way. A number of years ago, residents from Roxborough Park came down. We discussed Ravenna, and it was a win-win situation. The development of Ravenna was well designed. It was purposeful. It was successful. You've done a hell of a job. And we worked together. It felt like a win-win situation. We thought about the wildlife. We thought about the ecology. We thought to some extent about the views. I know I don't have a legal right to it. I guarantee you these will change my view almost more than 0%. And it was a win-win situation. And now I feel like this is a win-lose situation. And the reason I think it's a win-lose situation is because there's one winner. There's one person that ultimately profits. And that's okay for some, but for me, I don't feel good about it. I was a public school teacher in Douglas County Schools for 32 years. I opened Highlands Ranch High School. I opened Thunder Ridge High School. I, quite frankly, busted my butt for this community and to give back and to build my home and to raise my family. And one of the things that I really try to teach my students is that the consideration of other people is important. Whether it falls under the law or not, it's the right thing to do. And I don't see benefits for this for the people who live in Ravenna. They don't need more homes. I don't see the benefit for the golf members. That golf course being torn up is not going to help that golf course and the design of the golf course. I coached golf for almost 30 years, at the high school level in this county. And I can tell you that the members that I know that belong to the course don't want this to happen. They can't say anything about it because they don't want to get blacklisted, but they don't like it. There's no benefit for Roxborough residents. We had a mutual agreement a number of years ago to make this a successful community, both ours and Ravenna has been very successful. There's no benefit for the animals. Many of the people have pointed out the wildlife corridor. It's real. I watch bears, mountain lions, foxes, coyotes, turkeys across here for 30 years. It is a wildlife corridor, and there is a wetland arroyo that goes through there. And there's no benefit for the fragile environment. I'm just asking that you please consider the fact that, like what Slade said, just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your comments. Bruce Anderson, please. Sir, if you could give us your name, tell us where you're from.
Sure. My name is Bruce, B-R-U-C-E, Anderson, A-N-D-E-R-S-O-N. I live in Roxborough Park. I am a member of Ravenna. For 10 years, we've lived there 8 years. For 8 to 10 years, there has been a transition from the old Ravenna talking today and Ravenna today. What we've heard here, there's no benefits. I don't want to swear, so I won't just say what I'm thinking. What we have here is the largest growth of membership in Ravenna is Roxborough Park members. About 10%, 8% now of the membership of Ravenna is Roxborough Park members. Why? They see, as I see, as a member of both, the tremendous growth, lifestyle advantages of being a part of both Roxborough and Ravenna. The largest growth, a significant volume now, and the rate of growth of people from Roxborough joining Ravenna is significant. What is happening is the needs of my beloved Roxborough is being meshed with the lifestyle that Ravenna offers every member of Roxborough. Roxborough is seeing the advantages of living in Ravenna. All right, the golf course. We hear, it's got to destroy the golf course to be able to play golf on 7 and 8 holes, utilizing the canyon and the experience of the red rocks. It will be significant. I'm a golfer, play 3 times a week. It will be significant, big, positive. How do you pay for that? Is it just stuffing money in the owner's pocket, or do you need money to pay for those developments, for the added driving range, etc.? I stop here. The two communities are growing together, zero. The joint members are asking you as a board, vote positive on this great proposed change.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your comments. Kathleen Jackson, please. Ma'am, if you could give us your name, tell us where you're from.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Kathleen Jackson, Jackson. I am President of the Roxborough Park Foundation Board of Directors, and I live in the community. Full disclosure, I also am a proud member at Ravenna and consider many of those people my friends. However, today I'm speaking on behalf of the Foundation for Brian Lentz, and we are a referral agency, so I guess that we get 6 minutes, not 3?
Objections from the board?
If she's the only one speaking on behalf of the board, I'm fine.
That's fine.
All right, 6 minutes, please, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. The Foundation objects to this PD amendment and contends that the application fails to meet the approval criteria in Section 1520 of the Douglas County Zoning Resolution in several vital respects. The amendment does not meet 1520.03. Many adjacent homeowners within the foundation, especially those living on Sleeping Bear, cul-de-sacs off of Rocks Drive North, will have their enjoyment of their land adversely affected by this amendment. When these owners bought the property, they had reasonable expectations that nothing would be built there. At the Planning Commission hearing for River Canyon's 9th Amendment, as part of their 4-3 recommendation for denial, the Planning Commission noted that the amendment may adversely affect the enjoyment of the adjacent land per Section 1520.03. Also, the amendment is not consistent with 1520.01 and .02. First, transfer of dwelling units. Under the River Canyon PD Development Standards, Item 2, transfer of dwelling units, so long as the maximum number of 250 dwelling units is not exceeded, the total within any individual residential planning area may be increased. The proposed shift in density is not from one residential planning area to another specified on the document, on the development plan. Contrary to this development standard and intent, a new non-contiguous residential planning area is being created. Second, golf course management plan. The existing PD describes a golf course management plan in detail under development standards. Quote, the routing plan and grading for individual holes would integrate the golf course with the site's natural features to protect them, minimize disturbance and vegetation removal, and provide buffers from special habitat areas, streams, and wetlands, end quote. Moving golf holes to the east changes the finalized golf course routing and is therefore in violation of these original development standards. A vast amount of earthwork would ensue, together with extensive vegetation removal and destruction of an important wetland and wildlife corridor. Finally, the PD's original intent was for the golf course to provide a natural buffer between River Canyon homes and Foundation homes. In the 1999 rezoning application, the applicant stated, quote, our plan provides a series of open space areas creating appropriate transitions to the 7 sides of the property abutting residential uses. They also said they'd been, quote, working together with area residents in over 100 meetings during the past 18 months, end quote. One such meeting was held in November 1998 with Steve Nichols. It's been referenced many times today. The Foundation's December 1998 newsletter also referenced, quote, the common property line between Roxborough Park North and the River Canyon project would be left either natural open space or golf course property. We have owners here today who are testifying that they were at that meeting. Evidence of that understanding exists in a map of the adjoining PDs tracing the 7 sides of the property lines. All 7 sides abut the golf course and or natural open space. Considering all of the preceding, the applicant's proposal is inconsistent with 1520.01 and .02. The Foundation recommends deny. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments on behalf of your neighbors. Commissioners, we've been at this for about 2 hours. Is there interest in a break?
I'm okay, but if others need a break.
Chair, would you recommend one?
I'm okay to keep going. Just wanted to pull the board. We can keep going.
I'm fine continuing.
Okay. In that case, Rick Taylor, please come forward. Please give us your name. Tell us where you're from.
I'm Rick Taylor, Taylor, and I live in Ravenna. And I thought I maybe screwed up the way I signed in and wasn't able to speak, so thank you for recognizing me. Thank you, Douglas County Board of Commissioners. I urge you to vote in favor of Amendment 11. I haven't lived in Ravenna very long, but I do now, and I just wanted to say that my wife grew up in Douglas County. She's a graduate of Douglas County, and we love it here, and we found a very special place we call home in Ravenna. And we have appreciation for the natural beauty and people and the life that we have here. We also realize and appreciate the preservation and respect that we live with, the nature and the land and the wildlife. We have lived and raised our 3 daughters for the last 43 years in Douglas County, and we have many friends and people who have worked and live in Roxborough as well. I'd like to note that Kevin Collins is a man of his word. He means what he says. His integrity and honesty and focus on Ravenna is the only reason it continues to exist. I also have a neighbor who lives on Cicero who will be directly impacted by the construction traffic, and he strongly supports the proposal because it adds high demand estate lots to the development. It will add prestige and quality to the golf course, making Ravenna one of the best in the nation, and it improves the financial future of Ravenna and the tax base that we provide Douglas County. This is why we support the development, and it will enhance all of our real estate values. So thank you, I appreciate it, and please vote in favor of Amendment 11.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Stan Sunderwith, please. Sir, if you could please give us your name, tell us where you're from.
I'm Stan Sunderwirth, Sunderwirth. Good afternoon. I live in Roxborough Park on Hermitage Run, directly across where these 4 houses would be built. I am also a former Roxborough Park Foundation board member, and I am the current steward of Schmidt Nature Park, which abuts part of this Ravenna community. In fact, here is one of 3 golf balls I found this morning in Schmidt Nature Park. I have found hundreds of these balls in the park, mostly in the creek that runs across the park and just to the east of the current golf course. If you're going to build a golf course where the golfers are going to hit across this ravine, there are going to be thousands of these in the watershed there, which will end up in the South Platte River. I was very concerned by a couple of comments by Mr. Collins, one of them repeatedly saying a small handful of residents came to the Planning Commission. Every single seat in this thing, and all in the backyard, standing room was filled with residents opposing this development. So his claim that only a small number of people oppose this is not factual. I was also concerned by the photographs we were shown with the small little cottage houses in the as representative of what they plan to build, and also the view from my street, Hermitage Run. By the way, the view, if you look at that slide, it's taken from 20 feet above the surface of the ground. So unless you're standing on the Gandam car's roof, that's not the view we're going to see. Certainly not from my house. From my house, the way those houses are sited, I will no longer see any rocks at all. I was also concerned by the picture showing a giant fence running along the whole length of those houses. Now I live there. I spend 3 to 12 hours every day working in Schmidt Nature Park. I see hundreds of deer, foxes, turkeys, bears, you name it. And they go right across that, back and forth. They go to that creek to get water, and they come back. Those houses, that fence would totally block all that nature traffic. As has been said before, when this development was started, the developer promised that we would have a buffer between our communities. One reason is because of the clash of home styles. Married to an architect for 15 years, the difference between having houses that are going to be 100 yards from my house that are this giant Italianate style versus our Southwestern classic style is going to be an eyesore. And therefore, I strongly recommend you follow the Planning Commission's recommendation and deny this petition.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Martha Kirk. Ma'am, please give us your name. Tell us where you're from.
Martha Kirk, K-I-R-K, Roxborough Park. So I'm a landscape professional, so I have a natural inclination to flora and fauna, animals, plants especially. And I attend ProGreen, the annual conference for the green industry, and I attended a class one time, and they talked about transition zones. The most interesting things happen in a transition zone. And so I looked it up, and sure enough, I mean, you look at the beauty of Roxborough Park, the state park, Ravenna. I mean, it's all just filled with diversity. And, a transition zone is between the plains and the mountains. So this is a very diverse and unique ecology. And in it are keystone species of plants and animals. These are the glue that hold an ecosystem together. So if one gets eliminated, the whole habitat goes away. It's very crucial for survival. So the whole diversity falls apart. I mean, there are species, I looked this up, honeybees, mountain lions, hummingbirds, woodpeckers, bats. Those are some of the animals that are keystone species, and they frequent Roxborough Park. Plants, there's goldenrod, aster, sunflower, rudbeckia, chokecherry, bur oak, rabbit brush. These are all found in this area. I would hate to see this whole idea of keystone species being eliminated because of development. I think it should stay the way it is, and I would ask you to please deny this request of whatever this thing is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your comments. Herb Livingston. Sir, please give us your name. Tell us where you're from.
Afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Herb Livingston, Livingston. I'm a Roxborough resident and a former board member and board president. I live at 10465 Chokecherry Court. On April 26, 2024, in Douglas County Engineering's referral response, Al Peterson, Senior Development Review Engineer, noted two items. First, the extension at Cicero Court to accommodate the four proposed lots exceeds the maximum length of roadway, 1,200 feet, on a single point of access. Thus, emergency access from Roxborough Drive North would be required. Please have the Roxborough Park Foundation provide written confirmation that they would support this emergency access in this location. Second, if the Roxborough Park Foundation would support this emergency access, a former access easement will be required across the foundation's property to reach the River Canyon PD boundary. Engineering cannot support the approval of this PD amendment until these issues have been addressed. End quote. At the July 1st Planning Commission hearing, this letter was read and staff were asked for comment. Heather Scott for staff stated that, quote, "this is an existing emergency access at that location for access to the water tower for purposes of construction towards the water tank. The easement specifically adjacent to that planning area is for access for the water tower." Commissioner Jim Allen asked, quote, "but it has not been approved for private use for potential residents at these properties, correct?" The response was, "it was just for access at the time for construction of the water tower and current needs," correct. The easement agreement in question was dated May 8th, 2006. I was on the board at the time the easement was approved, and I can categorically attest that the easement was never associated with potential future housing. I would suggest that if the applicant is looking for this easement to satisfy engineering's requirement for emergency access, this is disingenuous at best and in bad faith at worst. Considering the foundation's objection to this development, I recommend deny. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Frank Ehrman, please. Sir, give us your name, tell us where you're from.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Frank Ehrman, U-R-M-A-N, and I'm a resident of Ravenna. And in the interest of trying to contribute to the approval of standards, I'd like to focus on just one point that was made in the staff report. And it was item number 2 regarding, in general, are you going to follow through with what you're proposing? And so my experience with River Canyon and Mr. Collins's team is that in every case where they have been involved with projects at Ravenna, they have delivered on what they've said. And so being a prior business owner and having tens of employees, having credibility and following through with what you say you're going to do is important to me. I'm old-fashioned in that regard. And I'll let you adjudicate the differences between the opinions on how the different proposals and thoughts comply with what the decision-making process is. But in my view, if you have an individual that follows through with what they say they're going to do, at least you won't get surprised in terms of what the results are going to be. And so one other point I did want to make is that my experience has been, and we have talked about this a lot with Ravenna residents, I have not run into one person based on a prior comment that the people don't want it. I have not run into one negative comment about it. So that's been my experience, and it's been talked about a lot. So thank you so much for allowing me to address the board.
Thank you, sir. Very much appreciate your comments. Randy Bailey, please. Sir, give us your name. Tell us where you're from.
Yeah, my name is Randy Bixler, B-I-X-L-E-R. I'm a resident of Ravenna. And I'd like to make a note that I represent the non-golfing community at Ravenna. We moved here 3 years ago. And again, like Frank said, I would like to give testament to the quality of Ravenna and the quality of the Collins. At that, I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Ed Trimble.
Hello, my name is Ed Trimble, T-R-I-M-B-L-E. I am a Ravenna resident and also a member of the club at Ravenna. I've been here about 3 years, and in that time, the Collins family have done nothing but improve and aesthetically the value of the club and the value of the club from a playing member standpoint. And as a below average golfer, I can tell you that the improvements that they've suggested for both 8 and 9 are definitely welcomed by the members. They both need to be improved. When we were building the house here, we had to go extensively through a lot of the building regulations, but part of the building too was the aesthetic value of the landscaping, and there were a lot of covenants to that, to return as much of the property as we could to the native grass and landscape of the area. The Collins family had done nothing but improve things. As far as the members go, members do want to have this. Since I've been here in 3 years, they've improved with extensive improvements, the 18th hole, the 14th hole, the 15th hole, the 5th hole, and now hopefully 8 and 9. So I urge you definitely to approve this amendment. It has been nothing but a really wonderful experience. This is a golf course community. That's what the whole heart and soul of it is. So the important improvements that we have to the golf course improves all of our aesthetics, our home value, and the value of being a member of Ravenna. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Troy Reisner. Sir, please give us your name. Tell us where you're from.
Hi, I'm Troy Reisner, R-E-I-S-N-E-R, and I am a member at the Club at Ravenna and a resident of Ravenna. I've been a member since 2006. I think before the green tent that Kevin showed was out there, and Kevin captured the challenges that he and the family stepped into in detail, but it was a dark time for Ravenna in the area. And I want to give a personal thanks to Don and Kevin and the Collins family for stepping into the void and realizing the dream of Ravenna and preserving the quality that I think everyone wanted and deserved in the area. Without the Collins family, who knows how that would have eventually turned out. And so with that, in terms of 8 and 9, moving the holes, I agree, it's a needed thing. It's a nemesis hole, and what they're going to do is beautiful. They've created the overlays. I was a member out there when we had 40-some members, have grown to know all these members, great people, and I have not heard a negative word from any member, anyone that visits out there regarding this plan. So with that, I'll yield back my time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Bill Renshaw?
Reinhardt.
You bet. Bill Reinhardt, please. All right, Mr. Reinhardt, please do give us your name. Tell us where you're from.
Bill Reinhardt, 7492 Sleeping Bear Trail, R-E-I-N-H-A-R-D-T. First of all, I concur with what has been previously stated. I oppose the River Canyon proposed development for the following reasons. First, approval criteria 1520-1, which has been brought up before. Growth shall occur in a phased and contiguous manner. These 4 one-acre lots are more of an island and are not contiguous. I'm sorry, but I have to go with Webster Dictionary. Contiguous means either touching along a boundary, in close proximity, or next to. These lots are isolated and are a significant distance from the other dwellings within Ravenna. Secondly, approval criteria 1520-04. Whether the sole purpose of the amendment is to confer a special benefit upon the individual. Only one person benefits here, and that is the owner of River Canyon. Roxborough residents get the disadvantage. Thirdly, representation made open space is being repudiated, meaning refusal to accept or be associated with. You have Exhibit A in front of you. I'd like you to take a look at that. The previous developer, Steve Nichols, had multiple exchanges, which you've heard before, with the Roxborough Board, and that is documented, which I gave you a copy of. It was documented that states the River Canyon project would leave the property along Roxborough Drive North, either natural open space or golf course property, with the open space given to the Conservancy. When planted, residents making representation had an agreement to induce reliance and acceptance in good faith. Now River Canyon wants to change this. Fourth, I'm very concerned about the ecological impact along the wildlife category. Please look at Exhibit B when you get a chance, please. If approved, River Canyon project would be removing hundreds of trees, protective brush in order to build a large golf green, retaining walls, 2 bridges, 5 tee boxes, all with retaining walls, and concrete cart paths, all within this wildlife corridor. In a letter that I gave you there, the State of Colorado Division of Wildlife sent a letter to Douglas County Planning Committee and stated, development will significantly impact the numbers and variety of wildlife, and the habitat potential will be greatly diminished. They specifically spelled out that the hogback and adjacent valley, serve as a north-south corridor connecting Roxborough State Park and the Roxborough Park development. All types of wildlife will be greatly affected if this project is developed right through this corridor. I oppose the River Canyon proposal, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Ron Weil? Sir, do please give us your name. Tell us where you're from.
My name's Ron Weil, resident of Roxborough Park. First of all, thank you, commissioners, for allowing us to speak and to be heard. Excuse me. My wife and I moved to Roxborough Park 14 years ago, and there were multiple reasons we made the investment and residential decision, but most importantly, to live behind the hogback, to be involved in a natural environment, and the abundance of wildlife that we enjoy every day. The River Canyon PD will adversely affect the natural geography and the enjoyment that Roxborough residents receive from the existing conditions. More importantly, the proposed changes will directly affect the wildlife. As has been stated many times, there's a natural wildlife corridor. But I'd like to actually show the commissioners what's being removed. We talk about how we're still going to have the required amount of open space. But 1520.02 and 1520.03 talk about the preservation of land in the adjacent land and the environment. Well, as can be seen here in my Exhibit C, the one circle, those are all the trees that are being removed. And what are they going to be replaced with? A golf course. Okay, so tell me that they may still qualify for the 300 acres of open space, but where does the cover for the animals going to occur? They're going to be walking on the fairway. They lose the opportunity to be involved in the environment that you see today. There'll be less natural environment. It will create an unhealthy concentration of wildlife. It's going to adversely affect the current ecosystem. Does and fawns that go there to breed and for protection, they're going to be forced to look elsewhere. And as we've talked about, that corridor goes from Roxborough State Park all the way to Chatfield. Okay, there's going to be the fact that wildlife aren't going to have that corridor free to enjoy, as well as the watershed. They may totally leave our environment, of which the Roxborough residents see every day. The data and information I talked about and the previous people have, we make this argument and propose that you deny the proposal. We make it on behalf of ourselves, the residents, and maybe most importantly, the wildlife that exists in this corridor. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Very much appreciate your comments. Stephen Rossi. Sir, please give us your name. Tell us where you're from.
My name is Stephen Rossi. I'm a Roxborough Park resident. I'm a third-generation family in Colorado, specifically in Denver, and lived in Roxborough Park for 25-plus years. What I have for you in front of you, Exhibit F, there are 4 photographs of view corridors that will be dramatically affected by this development. I realize that view corridors aren't guaranteed, but they are implied, especially homeowners who buy with surrounding areas of specific land use. Here you're looking at changing that land use, so it definitely does impact the visual experience. All of these pictures were taken pretty close to a path that's on Roxborough Park Foundation land that's a walk path through there. And you can see in almost all of these, I've detailed some various heights that houses may be. We don't know what they are. We haven't been told that. But you can see it basically covers the fountain formation for that area and residents along that area. So it is a big impact. The other point I'd like to bring up is that Mr. Collins talked about in Roxborough, we have some conflict of interest where we don't say view corridors are restricted. The problem with that is Roxborough Park is residential. It's not being changed. People, when they buy lots and have something next to them, they have the full understanding that something could be built next to them. Here, we don't have that. I recommend you not approving this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Last name Murphy? Not sure about the first name.
Never been my strong suit.
I share that problem too, sir. Sir, if you could please give us your name and tell us where you're from.
Yes, my name is Matt Murphy, M-U-R-P-H-Y. I'm a resident in Ravenna, a homeowner in Ravenna, a taxpayer in Douglas County. I think clearly as somebody who is a golfer and loves the golf course and love all the things that have been done to the golf course, I don't think there's any way you can argue that there's not a benefit to myself for the improvements that they're about to make to the course. To say that it's a benefit for an individual, I think is just patently not accurate. Clearly what they intend to do will enhance the golf experience. Not to mention, I think it's good for the community. I think it's good for the neighborhood. I think it's good for the tax base. And I, like Kevin, strongly believe that land ownership is accompanied by certain rights, and it sure seems to me, based on everything that I've heard here today, that they are moving forward in accordance with the rules that have been established for this development. I would ask the commissioners to approve the amendment. I think it's in the community's best interest, and I clearly think it's in Ravenna's best interest, and I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. John Fredericks, please.
Hello, my name is John Fredericks, F-R-E-D-E-R-I-C-K-S. I live in Ravenna. I'm probably the longest standing resident. Moved in 2008. Seen the bad, and thanks to the Collins family, they pulled us out of bankruptcy. I remember back when Century Communities was the first in line to pick up the dead neighborhood, and can only imagine what it could have been. Kevin continues to do only the best and pushes the community to continue to grow and become better. And personally, I'd rather live in a community that's working forward and one that's not regressing. I approve of his plans, and I hope you consider them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Okay, we're going to transition over to any remote testimony at this time. Troy, do we have anyone for remote testimony?
Thank you, Commissioner Teal. I do have one remote. I have just John.
John, you're unmuted. Please tell me your
Hello,
last
can you
name
hear
as
me?
well.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So my name is John Kim, and I am a Ravenna resident. I've been a resident of Douglas County since 2005, and I've raised my family here. And thank you very much, Commissioners, for this opportunity to speak on behalf of this proposed amendment. I am in full support of it. I just wanted to hit upon three things, and I will actually try to focus on the legal aspects, as Commissioner Abe Bladen requested. First and foremost, one of the things I want to hit upon is that, as I believe Kevin Collins stated, he's met all the requirements for this amendment and this development. There's no real legal basis to deny this, and in fact, if you look at what he said, and I think the commissioners, you've even asked and confirmed, it will not actually increase the density. It's well within the approved number of residences for this community. Two, it actually preserves the open space. So in fact, he's meeting his requirements, the obligation to preserve open space. It's really all we're talking about is adjusting how maybe some of the open space that currently exists, but he's going to preserve the actual acreage of the open space. One, I think this really does meet all the requirements for approval. I don't know of any legal basis for it to be rejected. Furthermore, I do want to counter this concept that this only benefits Kevin and his family. That is just false. As a resident and member of Ravenna, it certainly benefits our community. I don't know of a single Ravenna member or resident who's expressed concern or doubt about this project. In fact, most people I talk to really look forward to these additional amenities that will really create a better experience for hundreds of people. And not only that, but there's a benefit to the wider community, not just the residents of Ravenna. Having these additional lots and the homes that will be built on there will contribute considerably to the budget and the property taxes that are collected. And that is a direct benefit to not just the residents of Ravenna, but to all the residents of Douglas County and the school system. And it also, what it does is it helps provide additional income to cover the sunk cost, the capital cost of the infrastructure and such. I'm a member and a director of the board of Roxborough Water and Sanitation. I'm not speaking on behalf of that organization, but what I can tell you from personal experience is that if these homes are built, it's going to contribute to the overhead cost that is spread across all ratepayers. So there's clearly a benefit, not just to Kevin Collins.
Sir, if you could wrap up your comments, please.
But not just to the residents of Ravenna, but also to the wider community. And finally, I just want to say, please protect private property rights. If the residents of Roxborough want to take away the private property of Kevin Collins, I really believe they should just compensate him justly for what that legally means, because they're basically asking you to take away property rights that belong to him.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your comments. Troy, do we have anybody else online for remote comment?
Thank you, Commissioner Teal. I have no other online comment.
Okay. I'm going to check. I am done with my sign-up sheet, and we took care of the one person we knew that was online. Can I see a show of hands? Is there anyone else who would like to speak in public testimony? And I am seeing none. Commissioners, I propose that we close public testimony. We take a 5-minute recess in order to kind of take a break, and then we will return back to the applicant. Any objections?
None.
All right. Okay, we're closing public testimony, and we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back in 5. Folks, let's come back to order. All right, everybody, let's come back to order and continuing agenda item 3A with applicant's response to public testimony. And Mr. Collins, when you are ready, sir.
Commissioner, do I have a time limit? I just want to make sure I'm recognize the amount of time that you want.
No time limit, sir. If you want to keep talking all night long, that might be on you.
I really don't, so I don't think anybody else does either, so. I want to go back to a few things. One is, as part of this process, I never intended this to raise a lot of controversy between the developments. We enjoy our Roxborough neighbors. They're great neighbors. We have a lot of great members from Roxborough. I'd like to see more. It's a great market for us. They're doing a lot of great things over there, and it's a special place. The beauty that it has there and the people that live there are very special. So it was never my intent to create the animosity that's being created today, and I think that was certainly not the intent. You know, one of the things I think is, as a business owner, what we try to do is we have to keep growing. We have to keep changing. I think if you look at any golf club in this country right now, everyone is almost changing their golf courses. They have to improve. They have to meet their members' needs, and they have to make sure that experience is always better than it was the day before. It's difficult to keep up with, but that's the fact of life. And when we're looking at these, and I know that there was a lot of points made about vegetation, trees, and so forth. There was nobody in our development, nobody that works for me gets any more pissed off is when we have to take trees out or native shrubbery. I think it's the best thing in the world to keep. I want to keep it as much as possible. When we did these renderings, we were using a software that was a gaming software. The gaming software did not allow us to, there was not enough memory in the software to keep in all the vegetation in here. We would never clean that out like that. Every ravine we have, we keep as much nature as we can. And so the video that they were referencing to was sent to our membership. I felt we needed to make we needed to update our members on our process, where we were at. When we started talking about this last January, we thought we would be in a much better position today. As always, everything now takes a long time. So I just needed to communicate with them and show them what we had. So the video that we had that's on Vimeo, if somebody would like to go see it, shows a golfer and the 2 holes. We specifically left out the 4 lots because this was only about the golf course and the timing of the golf course, assuming we receive approval today, and what the golf course would look like in the future. And when we look at this ravine, we will never touch that ravine. We have a retaining wall there. We want to make sure the vegetation is placed. It's special. It looks spectacular. And we do not want to change any of the natural vegetation throughout the golf course. A lot of comments about wildlife. You know, we contracted with ERO, which is a consulting firm, and we didn't have to do that, but we wanted to know what we needed to comply with. And what they suggested is that we get with the Parks and Wildlife group to talk with them before we start construction to ensure that we are doing the right thing. We are not changing the migration pattern in any way for 4 homes and the changing of two holes. Roxborough itself has 1,000 homes, and you can't tell me that 1,000 homes aren't affecting migration or the ability for the wildlife to transverse through that area. So I don't think that has any bearing on this situation. Regarding the easement, there's a lot of angst on the easement, but the perpetual easement, when you're negotiating a perpetual easement, the grantee argues for a broad right, and the grantor tries to narrow the easement rights as much as possible. Both sides have adequate attorney representation and craft a document that reflects a balance of both parties' interests. If this easement was intended to be only a temporary construction easement for the construction of a water tower, then that's what the parties and attorneys would have negotiated. Commissioner Layden, you're an attorney, and you understand that a written contract is a reflection of the parties' intentions, and that agreement is captured within the four corners of the paper on the agreement of which it is written on. That is the case here. Nowhere in the perpetual easement is there a reference to a water tower. The easement references perpetual emergency access among the rights provided therein. I would also like to reiterate that the purpose of the easement as it applies to these discussions is related to emergency access, not everyday common use by the new homeowners or any other Ravenna homeowners. So I think those arguments have been dissuaded. Regarding the development and the PD, there's no promise in a final development plan. There's always issues that have to be redone. We're into this PD a number of years, and I think we still have the ability and the right to ensure that within that document, our new 4 homes are well within the 250 homes that we have been allowed to do in the PD itself. While we respect the fact that our Roxborough neighbors have appeared today and we appreciate their comments, the management and certain residents of the Roxborough Park Foundation community want to block Ravenna from exercising our property rights and proceeding with this 11th Amendment simply because they feel they have a superior rights to views, to wildlife in their backyards, and enjoyment of their property. I felt like I spent almost 50 minutes explaining our position on all this stuff, and I think it all goes back to the bundle of rights doctrine, where we have specific rights for our property to develop and do as we are able to do within the confines of the county rules and regulations. So I have nothing else to add, commissioners. I thank you for your time. I thank everybody for their comments and appreciate those. And I look forward to your decision on our 11th Amendment. Thank you very much.
Okay, hang out there, Mr. Collins. Further questions for the applicant or staff from the board? Or, excuse me, further questions?
The only question I have, and this might be for our staff or for the county attorney, is we have heard this discussion about contiguous. And is that a requirement? Is it not a requirement? What does that mean in land use terms?
Yeah. Okay. It is not an express criteria of a major amendment to a plan development. And with regard to the statements made by the applicant about the definition that he used regarding uninterrupted, but could be interrupted by a street or shared element, those aren't expressly out of a statute. However, they could be brought together from case law regarding condominiums and easements. So the statement made by the applicant is correct.
So I just want to reiterate what I heard you say is that the houses don't have to be contiguous, one right after another. There can be something interrupting those locations of those homes.
There is case law that would give you a difference between a street or a common element.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Commissioner Layden.
I have mostly comments, but I just, on page 11 of the staff packet, I just want to confirm, I might be seeing a typo or just reading this wrong. It goes to your analysis of 1520.03, staff comment, development reports with future development. Do you want to clarify that statement? And you say development reports with future development will be necessary to minimize any impacts.
Heather Scott for staff. I don't have a page 11 of the staff report. It goes through page 9.
It's page 7.
7, thank you.
On the corner of my document, it says 11 for some reason, but it's, I guess, page 7 of 191 for the full report. So it's numerated twice.
And would you please explain the number again?
Sure, it's your analysis of 1520.03 in the staff report under the approval criteria.
At the time of zoning, we look at certain levels of reports. So a Phase 1 drainage report would be required. At the time of subdivision, we would look at more detailed reports. So a Phase 2 or a Phase 3 drainage report would be required at that time. So we still believe that there's going to be more reports necessary to move forward with this application if this zoning was approved.
So this board will then revisit the issue of grading, drainage, wildlife corridors to confirm that it's consistent with the approval.
That is correct.
Okay.
And it
Okay.
would go back out on referral, so external agencies would also get a chance to comment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I do not have any other questions. And so the applicant can take a seat if he would like, unless there's further questions from the board.
I would ask for you to just put the approval criteria back up if you would.
And is the applicant okay with the conditions?
Oh, excellent question, Commissioner. Question for the applicant. Are you okay with the two conditions as outlined in the staff report? Do you need to see them again? Okay, so Heather, when you transition over to the staff report, go to the two conditions really quick. There are two slides. Okay, first condition. Second condition. All right, let the record reflect the applicant has agreed to the two conditions as stipulated. Okay, board, we've heard public testimony, we've heard from the applicant, we've heard from our staff. What is the pleasure of the board in proceeding?
Well, I wouldn't mind walking through my thought process, and I think first and foremost, if it does please the board, I wanted to thank everyone for being here tonight. I really am always so impressed by the intellect, the experience, the commitment to your communities that are represented by our citizens. This is our job. Our job is to listen, but it's not your job to be here, but you made the choice voluntarily to spend your time and really dinner time with us. So I really appreciate that. This is a very special community, and I'll just share, as I have in the past, I represent the entire county. And we all have interests throughout the county, whether it's our residents or our family residents. I have family and family property in Roxborough. This is an incredibly special community, and I really appreciated the comments of many citizens, including Mr. Collins, around the fact that these two communities are growing together. And you're both growing together in a way that is really exciting, that I hope will benefit both communities for years to come. But it takes a lot of planning, thought, conversation, and discussion. And I certainly appreciate that, just as one commissioner. I'm bound to walk through the approval standards. And, again, in hearing the testimony and the responses from the applicant, when I look at 1520.01, whether the amendment is consistent with the development standards, as stated in the staff report, the 11th amendment request is consistent with the development standards commitments and overall intent of the PD. And that's a direct quote from the staff report, and I agree with the analysis there. In 1520.02, whether the amendment is consistent with the intent, efficient development and preservation of the entire plan development, again, from the staff report, the request is consistent with the efficient development and preservation of the entire PD. And I go back to my original commentary around the preservation of open space around those 300 acres. We did hear a lot about wildlife corridors. That's why I asked about 1520.03. I think we just heard from staff that this is not the end of that conversation. And so as we move forward in this process, we know that building envelopes are required on lots more than 0.75 acres to protect wildlife, steep slopes, rock outcroppings, and will be considered to reduce impact on neighbors. I'm not going to go line by line through each one of these, and I'll defer to my fellow commissioners to do that. Those stood out as some of the most significant, certainly from the Planning Commission standpoint. But one issue is around, in that 03, whether the amendment will adversely affect the public interest or enjoyment of the adjacent land. And I think we heard a couple of comments around people that purchase their land in reliance upon the commitments from the Board of County Commissioners and the current zoning. And I think that's significant. That's promissory estoppel. That's relying to your detriment upon the commitments within the land use code. I take any modifications to zoning really seriously in that regard. That said, when I'm looking at the proposed application before us, I find that there's also a very significant public benefit to what's being proposed, and it's two-sided. In one respect, I heard, well, our property values will significantly increase, therefore we may have to pay more in property taxes. That's true. Is there going to be a net benefit to citizens who see appreciation in their values? That's also true. So, when I think about the commitment that Mr. Collins and the family have made toward preserving the natural scenery, wildlife corridors, the topography, trying to be a good neighbor, and it's messy and it's imperfect, but I think history has shown that this family has done right by the community, and again, is that really significant success story that I want to see continued to move forward. So those are my current thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you. I agree, excuse me, with .01 and .02, that the first statements in our packet do indicate that these approval standards have been met, and in listening to the public, I believe they have also been met. I'm going to expand a little bit on 1520.03. This was the one that when I read the whole packet, that I really wanted to pay special attention to what I heard. And Mr. Collins stood here and in great detail showed us pictures of existing homes and where the new homes would be, and they were 225 feet apart. I think that this, from what I heard from the developer, is that they have taken great care to ensure that the Roxborough homes are not impacted by this development. I also thought it was important information to hear that the standards that are currently in place for Roxborough Park are met by the standards in Ravenna. So they aren't different, they're the same. So I thought that was important. There's two other things that I saw here that I agree with. That there are no legal rights to views. You don't have a legal right to a view. I've often heard it said, if you want the view, you need to buy it. And there are people that buy lots around them to ensure that they keep their views. I think the bedrock of the reason we're here is private property rights. When America was founded, there was great care to be clear about the value of property rights. And each and every person has the right to control the property that they own. So when a developer has a piece of property, they buy a piece of property, and there are regulations, there's a comprehensive master plan, and there are regulations that go with it, so that the developer knows that if he or she follows the requirements for that piece of property, that they have the right to develop it. And I have heard that they have worked to ensure that Roxborough is not adversely impacted while they have the right to do with their land as they choose. .04 talks about not conferring a special benefit to an individual. This is a corporation, this is a company. While it's still family-owned, it is not an individual, so I don't think that that one applies here. We've heard that 05, there's going to be no increase in density for the number of houses that are going to be here. They're moving around where the houses are going to be, but there's no increase in density. For 06, The proposed PD amendment does not change the impact on public facilities and services can accommodate the proposed development. And number 7 talks about roadway capacity. And in this particular application, the applicant did not need to provide an updated traffic impact analysis because the density is not increasing. And so I'm interested to hear what Commissioner Teal says and Commissioner Layden going forward. But as I have reviewed these 7 approval standards, I believe that they have been met by the applicant.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. I concur with the analysis of my colleagues with these exceptions. Okay, well, first and foremost, folks, there is nothing coming from this dais that is putting Roxborough Park under attack. I heard that this afternoon in testimony. Folks, we do not have it out for Roxborough Park, okay? We are merely responding to the land use and the landowner requests that are coming before us. But I assure you, there's none of us that are grinding an axe against the neighborhood. I think we're gonna probably say several more times before this year is out how much we really love Roxborough Park. I think it's a great place. It's a special place. Having had an opportunity to visit Ravenna a couple times, it's a really great place. It's a special place. So I only feel sorry that we have 2 groups of neighbors from really extraordinary places on the face of this earth who feel like they're pitted against each other. I assure you, we're here to adjudicate. We're just here to call them like we see them. There's not inherent, you know what? We're on both sides, if anything is the case. Going to criteria. Folks, I got to tell you, when we talk about an analysis of 152002, we got to keep the word preservation in context there. And I do agree that the applicant's proposal is consistent with preservation of the entire planned development of Ravenna. I do not necessarily agree with some of the use of the word preservation that we did hear this afternoon. I do think this plan, does help Ravenna's planned development as a whole. And that's very important for understanding how that word is used and keeping it in context. When it comes to 1520.04, when we get a neighborhood that suddenly has hundreds of people in it, I can't understand that argument being used to say that a developer, a person, is getting a benefit. I can understand where that could be used by an individual. I do not believe that is the case here. I do believe that this amendment is meant to be a benefit for the PD as a whole and does not fall on the shoulders of just one person or in the lap of one person. 1520.05 is, as my colleagues have pointed out, is really not germane here because, as was asked and answered several times, there is not an increase in density for the entire PD. Otherwise, I do not think I have a unique spin on the opinions given by my colleagues. Given that, Board, I have to point out that we have 3 commissioners that have essentially agreed to every approval standard that this application is sufficient. What is the pleasure of the Board?
I have a motion to approve River Canyon Plan Development 11th Amendment because it does meet all of the approval criteria with the 2 conditions as presented. Project file ZR 2024-009.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Commissioners, any more need for discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And the 11th Amendment is approved. Moving along in our public hearing agenda, Hey, folks, I understand that some of you may want to leave at this point in time. Please keep the noise down until you exit to the hall, please, so that we can continue. Our next item is Oak Bluff Preliminary Plan. Project file is SB 2019-038. Mr. Jakubowski for staff. Matt, you let me know when you're ready to go. All right, Matt, when you're ready to go, get started.
I may just wait a few more seconds for the door to close. I think we're about there.
Yeah, I think Kurt got it.
Great. Good evening, Commissioners. Matt Jakubowski representing Planning Services. The item before you is the Oak Bluff Preliminary Plan, project number SB 2019-038. Alan Westfall and Katie James are here representing Franktown Development Company as applicant. The applicant is requesting approval of a preliminary plan for 21 single-family residential lots on 106 acres and 2 tracts. The intent of the preliminary plan process is shown on this slide. The preliminary plan process includes submittal of an application. Following initial review by staff, the application is placed on a referral period. In this case, you'll see that the project began in 2019. There were 3 referral periods that occurred through the process, which were the results of delays during COVID, some design changes, and those design changes resulted in that we felt as staff that it needed to go on referral so that it could be reviewed by agencies and the public in the proper manner. Major referral comments were addressed by the applicant during the referral period. Generally, these were CDOT and engineering, a valid and accepted geotech report, wildfire plan have been provided and accepted by those agencies. Franktown Fire supports a firefighting cistern, which is located already and installed in the Tract A area near Tanglewood Road. That also serves Legacy Pines, an existing subdivision. There were quite a few concerns noted by the public during these referral processes, as well as stated by the public during the Planning Commission hearing. Concerns were generally related to the overall impacts of development and the location of the subdivision road that at a point through the process during the 3rd referral went a little close to the northern property line of the subdivision. All those public comments and concerns are in the staff report, as well as all referral comments and the applicant's responses. There were some additional public comments that were submitted prior to the September 24th hearing, as this item was continued from that point. On September 9th, 2024, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the application 5-0. One member of the public spoke in support of the application. The property is located in Franktown, near Franktown Village, Highway 83 and 86, as you can see by the red star. The property is highlighted in red here. Toward the bottom of the slide is East State Highway 86. Here's Tanglewood Road. The site is about a half mile north of the intersection of Tanglewood Road and East State Highway 86. As you can see from the aerial view, the site has some significant treat area, particularly within the southwest corner of the site, as well as some along Tanglewood. As to some background, one of the most important points is the subdivisions surrounding the property were platted and constructed prior to this point. Those subdivisions, except for Burning Tree Ranch, had private roads that would not allow access through the site. Burning Tree Ranch actually had a roadway easement in existence that the applicant has proposed an emergency vehicle access over. I'll show you that on the exhibit. Some of the neighbors that were concerned in Burning Tree Ranch were actually able to replat that roadway easement and remove that roadway easement for an emergency vehicle access in concert with this subdivision. So that's the main point of some of the background information we have here. This exhibit shows the lot layout. There's a main subdivision road called Barrel Cactus Point, which connects at a gated entry at Tanglewood Road. What I'd mentioned previously during the design process is the applicant proposed the road to curve near the subdivision boundary with Burning Tree Ranch, the subdivision to the north. The emergency vehicle access is shown on the inset map here. What's important to note is the applicant with this design change has proposed 2 berm areas that are split by the EVA. The berm is 6 feet high and has 30 trees with clumps of gamble oak to provide some screening and to block headlights from vehicles. The proposed tracks that I mentioned regarding the firefighting cistern are located here, tract A and then a small tract B. And again, Franktown Fire supports the location of the firefighting cistern for adequate firefighting for both Oak Bluff. The subdivision to the east will also use this firefighting cistern, and then Legacy Pines, a subdivision to the north. This is a little bit better of a view of the emergency vehicle access. So for context, this red line is the Oak Bluff subdivision boundary. What I wanted to show here is the 2 lots in Burning Tree. This again is the location where the original roadway easement was vacated. What came out of that was a 30-foot wide emergency vehicle access. The road itself will be, and it's really more of a driveway for emergency vehicles in any kind of emergency event that occurs. That would be 20 feet wide. There is an existing temporary construction easement over that, 80 feet wide, that will dissolve, at which point the EVA has been constructed and accepted, not the overall subdivision. So you may have noticed some comments in the materials that some concerns from these 2 neighbors were that the temporary construction easement would be used for construction traffic for the overall subdivision and wouldn't dissolve until the overall roads of the subdivision have been accepted by engineering. However, that's not the case. There is no construction traffic allowed on that except for construction of the EVA itself, any utilities that need to go into the EVA, and that will dissolve when the EVA is accepted by engineering. Following are some site photos. To go back just a few. This is a view from Tanglewood Road looking to the northwest. A view down Tanglewood Road along the frontage of the property, and you can see the trees here. This is a view into the eastern third of the site closer to Tanglewood Road, so you can see some of the topography and trees. And finally, a view through, again, more or less the eastern third of the property showing tree cover. This slide shows the preliminary plan approval standards, which are also within pages 9 through 13 of the staff report. Staff has evaluated the preliminary plan in accordance with Article 4 of the Douglas County Subdivision Resolution. Should the board find that the approval standards for the preliminary plan are met, the following proposed conditions should be considered for inclusion in the motion. Condition number 1, in conjunction with the approval of the Oak Bluff preliminary plan, a declaration of restrictive covenants to reserve all water rights contained within the property for future landowners within the subdivision shall be recorded. Condition number 2, prior to recordation of the final plat, the applicant shall provide payment of required cash in lieu of school land dedication fees in accordance with Article 10 of the subdivision resolution. Condition number 3, prior to recordation of the final plat, the applicant shall provide all required cash in lieu of parkland dedication fees in accordance with Article 10 of the subdivision resolution to Douglas County. Condition number 4, concurrent with recordation of the final plat, the applicant shall dedicate right-of-way for purposes of Tanglewood Road to Douglas County. Condition number 5, during construction activity within the development, the applicant, its successors, and assigns shall take all reasonable care to watch for historic resources, paleontological resources, and other cultural history resources, and shall immediately notify Douglas County and complete appropriate Colorado Office of Archaeology and Historic Preservation data management forms in the event of such discovery. Condition number 6, during construction activity within the development, the applicant, its successors, and assigns shall conduct a burrowing owl study if any earth moving will take place between March 15th and October 31st. Condition number 7, technical corrections to the record copy of the preliminary plan exhibit shall be made to the satisfaction of Douglas County. And condition number 8, all commitments and promises made by the applicant or the applicant's representative during the public hearing and/or agreed to in writing and included in the public record have been relied upon by the Board of County Commissioners in approving the application. Therefore, such approval is conditioned upon the applicant's full satisfaction of all such commitments and promises. Section 40508 of the subdivision resolution sets forth the parameters for the board's determination. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm available for any questions on the staff report or the project. Otherwise, Katie James of Folkstad Physicus and Alan Westfall of Franktown Development Company are here and have some slides as well to provide explanation of the proposal.
All right. Any questions from the board for staff?
I have none either.
Nor do I. Moving to the applicant.
Good afternoon. I'm Alan Westfall. I live in Pradera. And thank you for the time this afternoon. I'll just go through my notes here. Thank you for the opportunity to present the residential development proposal here this afternoon for Oak Bluff and Sundown subdivisions. I'm here representing the Carroll family. The family has a long history in Douglas County dating back to 1969. Their history includes their personal residence and partnerships in the development of Airpoint subdivision, Bear Dance subdivision, Deerfield subdivision, Bannockburn subdivision, and the Clock Tower commercial and Franktown and other commercial buildings in Douglas County. Mr. Carroll, as a 42-year resident, has a keen interest in continuing to provide a quality master plan in the developments as in the future as in the past. The projects submitted to you are representative of his dedication and a sense of quality of community. Both Oak Bluff subdivision and Sundown are supported by a history of quality developments. Almost fully sold out is the Airpoint project in Franktown, with one lot remaining. Our team consists of Katie James with counsel with Folkstad, Physicus, Barrick, and Patoli. I always have a hard time saying all of that. Phil Giesing is our engineer with Canyon Creek Engineering, and Chris McGranahan with LOC Traffic. We respectfully thank the county commissioners and the Douglas County Planning Board staff for guiding us through this development process. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Questions for the applicant?
I don't have any, thank you.
I don't have any either. It's very straightforward.
Applicant's presentation continuing?
Yes, thank you.
If you need a laser, it's this button here, and I can move the slides. I think I'm going to have to do that.
Yeah, can you first go to the other one that relates to the road, like showing the curvature of it, I guess. Yeah, thank you.
Good evening. Katie James with Folkstad Physicus Law Firm right here in Wilcox Street on behalf of the applicant. I just wanted to kind of tag on to some of the stuff that Matt already went through with the presentation and highlight a few different items that he ran through, and also sort of reiterate what Alan said, that this applicant is someone who's a long time both resident and developer in Douglas County and is very much in tune with the community and wanting to make his projects be something that the community is proud of and that align with the community. So some of the things I'm going to point out are just some things that we sort of preemptively have, the applicants preemptively done to just try to work towards that end, and just wanted to highlight some of the things there and see if there were any questions about it. First of all, I just wanted to point out, as Matt kind of ran through the history of the different subdivisions in this area and the emergency vehicle access that this subdivision would propose using. This, if you kind of take a look there, he probably had a better slide. This is the one I submitted to use, but kind of looking at where the EVA exists up there. I just wanted to bring a little bit back to the history there. That was an 80-foot wide roadway easement through Burning Tree. When this application was first submitted, the applicant had considered that being possibly a secondary access to this neighborhood, and working with the county and kind of detailing plans that, was more appropriate and only necessary really to use it as an EVA. Around the same time, well, not the same time, but sometime after the application was submitted, there was a different subdivision application submitted to vacate a portion of that easement and reduce it in size. This applicant attended the hearing for that subdivision project. We, tried very hard to compromise with the applicants in that particular project. And, after discussion, it was agreed, and certainly the applicant was willing to compromise because it didn't impact their plans that they had already submitted, having worked some things through with the county, to that being a 30-foot EVA easement. Matt already spoke to this, and it actually is part of what I'll tag on to at the very end, because staff asked us to respond to some comments from the Planning Commission hearing and also from some recent comments via email to the staff. But just reiterating, the applicant is fully aware that the construction nature of the easement surrounding that EVA is just, in fact, for construction of the EVA. It is not intended to be a construction easement for construction throughout the subdivision. And that was a question by the public, and also just something I wanted to make sure you knew the applicant was fully aware of and accepting of. So the next thing I just wanted to highlight is the road location. Our engineer probably has better comments on that than I do, exactly, the road relocation. So the first couple of rounds of this referral process had the road going slightly more towards the middle rather than curving up here. We wanted to just, kind of explain a little bit about the change there. Originally, well, Phil, you may want to, where'd he go? Okay. He can speak to this better than I do, but it has a lot to do with the fire mitigation and fire concerns. So if you want to go ahead and explain that part.
Phil Giesing with Canyon Creek Engineering, Elizabeth. Our original sketch plan submittal had the roadway going down through the middle of the property. After some of our reports were done, drainage, fire mitigation, just comments and on the amount of trees that we would be taking out with that original layout. I adjusted the layout to better access the EVA, and the main reason for the alignment is just the safety and the egress for the people to get out in case there is a fire. They will not be traveling through a forested area to get out. The couple other benefits was the drainage. I was able to keep the drainage basin separate, so I didn't have to worry about transferring water from one basin to another. And then just the saving of our mature pine trees, which after our fire mitigation, we're going to have to take out most of the smaller pine trees and leave our bigger ones. So we wanted to keep as many of those as we could. Thank you.
So in regard to the fire mitigation, this project, and you'll see the next thing on the agenda is another project by the same applicant, and some of the criteria, or I guess some of the requirements and approval standards that relate to both, because some of the requirements overlap. But in one regard, just to highlight it, the fire mitigation that's going to be required on this subdivision and the other subdivision is a hefty amount of fire mitigation, something like $500,000 worth. Most of it is on this project is in the southern portion of the project, and so in looking more closely at how many trees have to come out, and this is not the best slide for it. It was one of Matt's that showed it better, which parts of the property are more heavily forested than others. A lot of it is in that southern portion and not so much up here. I guess you can see some of that on this drawing. But that leaves, so the concern of how much forest would still be there even after the fire mitigation. This is an area of the property that leaves a lot better access for emergency access if needed away from those forested areas. And as Phil already spoke to a little more detail about the change in location there. So in regard to that change in location, we do recognize—
Mr. Chair, if I might, I hate to interrupt you, Ms. James. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, you and your firm are no stranger to us. You've always done a wonderful job with your presentations. I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but I have read the packet, and I'm not sure that I need a whole lot of additional information unless my colleagues do, but I would be interested in maybe an abbreviated presentation if you are open to that. And I would just ask my board if they have the same sentiments.
Objection.
This is the applicant's opportunity, so I'm happy to listen to whatever they'd like to present to us.
Yeah, and I am as well, but I've read the packet and I feel very comfortable with the information, but if you're welcome to share as much as you'd like to.
Sure, I'll try to keep it briefer, but the next part is something you haven't seen before, so that'll be helpful. So in regard to the change in roadway and in response to some of the public comment and concern with the proximity to the Burning Tree subdivision, if you want to go to the so we had our engineer do a little rendering. Just so the applicant has planned to mitigate against that, which Matt already mentioned, which that's the part I'm not supposed to repeat. A berm to be constructed and some additional landscaping, which we already ran through. But this is just a rendering to kind of attempt to show sort of how some of that really is supposed to mitigate on the ground any kind of impact that might occur to the properties that are closer to that relocated roadway, which I've already given the reasons for. So the other points I have, I'll just make real quickly. Just noting the cistern that Matt had already pointed out that's required for some of the fire standards in satisfying those in both this and the other project that you'll see today. The cistern is something that's already been installed by the applicant. It's already paid for. The applicant shared the cost of that with Legacy Pines subdivision or HOA. And I just wanted to reiterate again, as being a good neighbor, that's ahead of any kind of approval. That's already over and done, but just an effort to sort of improve the community and add to what Franktown Fire might need in regard to the greater community there. Staff did ask us to speak to some of the comments at the Planning Commission hearing and any public comment that came in since, so that's what my next couple points are on. At the Planning Commission, there were a lot of questions about water and issuing well permits. I think the commissioners are probably more briefed on this than the Planning Commission may have been, so we don't have to spend too much time on it. But the staff report shows the applicant presented their water plan. They've had adjudicated water rights since about 1995, and the state engineer is satisfied, the county water consultant is satisfied. There's enough water to meet the needs of the subdivision, both between the individual wells and also the requirements for the cistern. And so we just, in response to public comment about questions about the water, once well permits are issued, they're issued by the state. The state would handle any metering or future, regulations or governance of the individual well permits. Then another thing that came up at the Planning Commission hearing that staff asked us to speak to was concerns about traffic. We do have a slide that shows a little more detail about the turn lane that will be required off of 86. Some of the questions were, a lot of the neighborhood comment was that turn lane could already be used. So we just point out that the applicants, going to be paying for that for the kind of the benefit of everybody. If they think it's already needed, then here it comes. And as far as timing for that goes, that's something that'll be worked out, as you would know, during the subdivision improvements phase of this, throughout the working through the subdivision improvements agreement and with engineering guidance and, requirements as to when that exactly goes in. So that's it for the, for some of the Planning Commission comments. The last one would just be, there were some email comments that came in from the lot owners that we saw up there earlier on the screen. And I think Matt answered a couple of the questions, and the applicant would agree with the answers to those questions. I think some of them were kind of technical questions, maybe just a misunderstanding or clarification. You guys have those emails. In regard, though, to the road location, we kind of already covered that, and what the applicant proposes to do any mitigation about that, the reason for the location, and the mitigation of any impacts that they are able to perform. I think in regard to some of the other comments about views were part of the comments. We've already heard through another applicant today sort of Colorado law on views, so I won't revisit that. But certainly, this applicant wants to do as much as they can for neighbors. I would just point out, and again, you've already seen this in the report, I know you've read it, but these are 5-acre lots. The actual layout of the lots and design has not changed very much, even with the relocation of the road. It's essentially the same from the beginning to now. It's a rectangular parcel. It's 106 acres. They're required to be 5-acre lots. There's only so much configuring that you can do. If you look real closely, the number of lots that really border the subdivision to the north that would actually be building near that, is less than maybe the amount of lots that actually touch it, given the configuration of the lots. And with 5 acres, for people to build on, I don't know. I don't think it's feasible that the homes will be being built right upon the boundary line in most of those cases, and that's a lot of acreage to sort of space yourself for any impact for views or any kind of difference there. So that's really all I wanted to point out on that part. And I think I've spoken to all the public comment that we were asked to speak to, but if I've missed anything and you want any more questions answered or anything else from us, please let us know.
Thank you, Counselor. Questions from the board?
I don't have any. Thank you, Ms. James.
Thank you.
I'll reserve my questions following citizen comment.
All right. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and move to citizen testimony. At this time, I do have a couple names on the sign-up sheet. First one is Richard Hagan, please. Mr. Hagan, please come forward. Do give us your name. Tell us where you're from. And you can go ahead and give any exhibits to the county attorney.
My name is Richard Hagan, H-A-G-A-N. I live, actually, you saw my house in all of the pictures. We're the one right there by the easement, emergency road easement. And most of what I was going to say has been addressed. The concern that we have is that the easement was, we tried to eliminate the easement altogether, but working with the developers and with the county, we narrowed it down to a 30-foot easement, and the center of the easement is the assumption is that the road, the EVA, will be centered on that road, and they've been doing some plotting of the lots, and what you see is a picture of one of the corner lots that is 7 feet from the center of the easement, and the only thing I wanted to put was to make sure that we had it on the record that the easement has to be used based on our agreement with the county, i.e. half the EVA is going to be on our property, half of the EVA is going to be on our neighbor's property, and that we don't really concern with how that divides their lots. Okay. Just wanted them, we didn't want them lining up the road with their property lines with our property, as opposed to with our property lines. And then the other thing was the easement was only for construction of the easement, and that's been addressed. So I thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. I've got Dan and Julie Warhola. And come on up, guys. If you'd like to present as a couple, it's going to be 3 minutes, or individual comments would need to be 3 minutes each.
Okay, I think we can do it as a couple, if that's okay.
Please.
Just in 3 minutes.
All right, thank you.
I don't know if you can get through that.
Yeah.
Do please state your names. Just tell us where you're from.
Sure. Dan and Julie Warhola. We live in Burning Tree Ranch in Franktown, Colorado. We live in lot 24, which is the west lot that was pictured previously during Mr. Jacobowski's presentation.
And do make sure you speak into the microphone, sir.
Sorry. Yep, absolutely. And so thank you first and foremost to the county commissioners allowing us to speak today. Our biggest concern is the change in the roadway that's been presented today. Originally, if you look at the original plat, the road was fairly straight east to west from Tanglewood to a dead end, pretty much due south of our property in Burning Tree Ranch. That has been now amended, as you've seen, to the curve. Understand the reasons for that, one of which was fire mitigation. However, if you look at the map, there's really not, in that north portion of the 100 acres, there's really not a lot of trees in that area where there's a claim for fire mitigation. And look, we certainly agree with fire mitigation. We understand the severity of and importance of that, especially in Franktown and in Burning Tree Ranch. But if you look at where that is on the map, there's really not a lot of trees that would require fire mitigation in that area. So it would be our request respectfully that the original plan remain in place, where it's essentially an east to west roadway that's pretty evenly straight, rather than going up to our property. Within 50 feet of our property is a road, proposed road now, where there's nothing. And so certainly understand that comes with that, the view argument, and understanding, Commissioner Thomas, what you stated in the last hearing, that there's no legal right to views. Certainly understand that. Would just note, for an unrelated reason, we had an appraiser in our home last week, and we asked them, do views, unrelated to this, do views help with the home value? And they said absolutely. And so we have a view of Pikes Peak behind our home that will be obstructed most likely from this development, and that is a concern. Understanding that there's no legal right to views, that is a concern, in addition to this change in the road, bringing a road 50 feet from our property line right up against, adjacent to the no-build zone. That's that first 50 feet from the property line. So that is a concern that we have. I would ask the commissioners to consider that in approving or not approving or asking for concession. I think it was called concessions or compromises as well. Those are the big concerns that we had. I don't know if you have anything else. Ben?
I think you covered a lot of it. Honestly, it's just the closeness of the road to our property and our animals, and how dramatically it's shifted from where it has been historically and the proposals that have been made over the years. We don't see that there's a big need for them. I know it's additional expense to remove some trees and have some drainage put in, but we would greatly appreciate that, as all of the neighbors on the south border
Folks,
of
I do
Burning
need you to wrap it up,
Tree
please.
Ranch have submitted letters about that. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys. Very much appreciate your comments. That's all the names I have on the sign-up sheet for this item. Is there anyone else who would like to give public testimony on this matter in the room? Troy, turning to you, is there anyone who would like to give public testimony on this matter remote?
I have no online comment.
All right, thank you, Troy. Bringing it back to the board for any further questions. Let's go ahead and, let's go ahead and turn it back to the applicant for any responses to public testimony.
Toki Singh, Canyon Creek Engineering. I'd just like to address the comments for the realignment of the road. Our initial roadway that was through the center of the property was a sketch plan process. That's the first step with the county before we have any reports or referral comments back. That realignment was in response to those comments and with response to our reports to try to make those back properties easier to egress from the property if there was a fire, so they wouldn't have to be traveling through a forested area.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Any further comments from the applicant team? All right,
If I could just, I'm sorry, clarify. The comments, sir, that you received were from staff? So you turned in a sketch plan, and then it was county staff that asked you to realign the road so that people escaping a fire would not be going through a forest? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
No, it was not from county staff. The sketch plan process starts the process with the county, so we have referrals that go out and reports that are due after the initial review. It was in response to those reports that I changed that alignment to make it a safer egress for the people to get out of the property so they didn't have to go through a forested area. That the straight alignment, it went through trees and it dipped down probably 30 feet. So we had some drainage issues that we would have to take care of also. So it just made perfect engineering sense anyway, to realign the road for a safer road. And I will add that the road was approved by Franktown Fire, the location.
So the change was based on your decide to change something, not staff's decision?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I just want to clarify that. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions to the applicant team at this time?
Mr. Chair, I'm just wondering if the applicant is okay with the 8 conditions as presented?
Good question. Do you need, applicant, do you need to see the conditions again?
We concur.
All right, let the record reflect agreement to the 8 conditions by the applicant. All right, board, any further questions for staff or applicant team?
You know, I have no further questions. I've reviewed the packet and the approval standards, and I believe based upon the applicant's presentation and the response to citizen comment that the approval standards have been met.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And I concur.
All right. I'm in agreement. How would the board like to dispose of this application?
Mr. Chair, if it pleases the board, I would make a motion to approve the Oak Bluff preliminary plan because it does meet all of the approval criteria with the 8 conditions as presented. Project file SB 2019-038.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And application of the preliminary plan is approved. Congratulations to the applicant. Moving along, our next item is Sundown Preliminary Plan, project files SB 2019-046. Once again, Mr. Jakubowski.
Good evening, Commissioners. Matt Jakubowski, representing Planning Services. The item before you is the Sundown Preliminary Plan, project SB 2019-046. The applicants, Alan Westfall and Katie James, are here representing the proposal. The proposal includes 17 residential lots, which are 2-acre lots. The interesting aspect of this application is it's one of the last, or actually probably the last density bonus application under standards that were removed in September 2019, a couple months after the application was submitted. By the applicant having submitted that application prior to those regulations being removed, they are allowed to go under that, that process. The applicant goes through the process, which includes a referral period. Referral comments were addressed and are in the staff report, as well as public comments received during the process. The Planning Commission heard the application on September 9th and recommended approval 5-0. The proposal is directly across Tanglewood Road from the application we just heard, Oak Bluff. The parcel is highlighted in red, approximately a half-mile north of State Highway 86. The aerial shows some existing tree cover on the parcel. I already addressed the question regarding the density bonus standards which apply here. This is the site layout, which includes roads connecting to Tanglewood Road. This is also a gated community. The 16 of the lots are accessible from these main subdivision roads. 2 lots are directly accessed from Tanglewood. Here are some site photos, generally looking back toward Tanglewood Road, showing the tree cover and the open flat area of the site. Bibles Hill Drive is on the far east edge of the site. This is from Bibles Hill Drive, which is a road that goes through Bannockburn, a subdivision directly to the north and the east. In front of you are the preliminary plan approval standards. And being that the application was under the previous our density bonus standards, there are density bonus standards specific for this density bonus, which if the applicant were to have gone under the standard, our zoning, it would be 14 lots. The density bonus is 3 additional lots to 17. Should the board find that the application complies with all the approval standards, staff proposes the following conditions. Condition number 1, in conjunction with the approval of the Sundown preliminary plan, a declaration of restrictive covenants to reserve all water rights contained within the property for future landowners within the subdivision shall be recorded. Prior to recordation of the final plat, condition number 2, the applicant shall provide payment of required cash in lieu of school land dedication fees in accordance with Article 10 of the subdivision resolution. Condition number 3, prior to recordation of the final plat, the applicant shall provide all required cash in lieu of parkland dedication fees in accordance with Article 10 of the subdivision resolution to Douglas County. Condition 4, prior to recordation of the final plat, the Sundown HOA shall be established and covenants, controls, and restrictions shall be recorded to address architectural design review, fencing, and landscape requirements. Condition number 5, concurrent with recordation of the final plat, a deed restriction which limits further subdivision of tracts A, B, and C shall be recorded and noted on the plat exhibit. Condition number 6, concurrent with recordation of the final plat, the applicant shall dedicate right-of-way for purposes of Tanglewood Road and Bibles Hill Drive to Douglas County. Condition number 7, during construction activity within the development, the applicant, its successors, and assigned shall take all reasonable care to watch for historic resources, paleontological resources, and other cultural history resources, and shall immediately notify Douglas County and complete appropriate Colorado Office of Archaeology and Historic Preservation data management forms in the event of such discovery. Condition number 8, during construction activity within the development, the applicant, its successors, and assigned shall conduct a burrowing owl study if any earth moving will take place between March 15th and October 31st. Condition number 9, technical corrections to the record copy of the preliminary plan exhibit shall be made to the satisfaction of Douglas County. And condition number 10, all commitments and promises made by the applicant or the applicant's representative during the public hearing and are agreed to in writing and included in the public record have been relied upon by the Board of County Commissioners in approving the application. Therefore, such approval is conditioned upon the applicant's full satisfaction of all such commitments and promises. Here's the determination criteria from the subdivision resolution, and the applicant does have some additional slides and is available. Again, that's Katie James from Folks at Facecas and Alan Westfall, if the board has any questions of the applicant. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Questions for staff?
The only question I have is really just a comment that I was here when we had density bonuses, and I was here when we took away the density bonuses, but we wanted to make it really clear that anyone who had applied a project before that we removed it were able to access the density bonuses. So I'm really pleased that that direction has been followed, and that because of the amount of open space that you are using, that you get those density bonuses. So I'd like to thank you for that, and staff for making sure that that worked out right.
I have no questions.
No questions for me. Let's go to the applicant for presentation.
Alan Westfall, Pradera. Thank you. I wanted to comment on the density bonus. The extreme east end of this property is significant terrain, and it has a lot of historic value. Old Grant Road, which was historic, went along the north side of this property. So that was part of the basis in our decision. I'll just express our thanks, and I'll let council come up.
Katie James, Folks at Facecas Law Firm, Wilcox Street. And I'm going to keep it super brief this time, although it's a separate record, so I know I should say things again, but I'll be very brief. We already touched on the density bonus. Commissioner Thomas already mentioned that. You can see our pretty picture of how much open space buffer this project does try to give to the surrounding neighborhoods, again, in an effort to be a good neighbor and care for the community. The only other points that I had, I explained during the other presentation, but I don't know how much needs to go on the record in this one, but just touching on the questions from the Planning Commission hearing and responding to people's concerns there in regard to the water, same statements as before. Water requirements are met from the county perspective, and the state will handling well permitting and regulations that go with that thereafter. Traffic, we already covered that as well. As far as the, we've got a slide on that if you want to show it. But we have the same slide that you saw before, and the timing and requirements of that turn lane will be part of the process with engineering after approval and during the subdivision improvements agreement and seeing that through. The only other thing is there was an email comment. Again, we were asked to respond to any comments during Planning Commission hearing and or the email comments that came in since. I think you guys have a copy of that email. I think that one was also answered very well by Mr. Jacobowski and covered in regard to the member of the public that was questioning use of septic systems in regard to other drainage improvements on the subdivision, and just the distinction between stormwater features and erosion control and ponds that were required for that, and those are not related to any kind of sewage or sewage treatment. And so septic systems that are permitted by the county and overseen by them would be in control of that aspect as well. And I think that covers everything we were asked to respond to, unless you have any other questions.
All right, questions for the applicant?
Well, I respect council's obligation to make a great record, and I think you've done so. Thanks for doing that.
Any further questions for the applicant?
I don't. Thank you, Ms. James.
Good time to ask the applicant, do you accept the 10 conditions, and do you need to see them again before committing?
I'm aware of them, and we concur.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, let's go to, let's open up the floor for public testimony. Is there anyone who'd like to make public testimony on this matter? Seeing none in the room, Troy, turning to you, is there anyone to provide public testimony on this matter remotely?
I have no online comment.
All right. Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any further questions for staff or applicant, board, or discussion?
You know, I'll just indicate that I read the packet. I have listened to the conversation, the presentations that were here. I've looked through the approval standards, including the density bonus, and I believe that the Sundown preliminary plan does meet the approval criteria as stated on the board.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner?
Nothing further.
I myself, I do not like the density bonus strategy. I mean, I'll just state that straight up. I don't think it actually preserves the rural character of the county. With that said, given the density bonus approval standards, it does appear with the specifically with the dedication of the open space that is substantial and is generous, that we do meet the approval standards. Therefore, I think we're, despite my personal reservations, doing the analysis, I do think the applicant has hit the approval standards, and I would be interested in supporting. With that said, board, once again, we have an application. How do we wish to dispose of this?
I have a motion to approve the Sundown preliminary plan because it does meet all of the approval criteria with 10 conditions as presented. Project file SB 2019-046.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Commissioners, any need for further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And Sundown preliminary plan is approved. Congratulations to the applicant. All right, our final item this evening in the public hearing agenda is County Line Storage Plan Development Rezoning Project File ZR 2021-004 and Mike Pasica for staff.
Thank you, Commissioner Teal. And in the interest of time, I do have an abbreviated presentation this evening. And the application is a request to rezone approximately 95 acres of land from agricultural 1 and general industrial to planned development to allow for limited light industrial, commercial, open space, and recreational uses on the former Arapahoe County landfill that is currently part of the David A. Lorenz Park. There are 4 planting areas proposed. Planting Area 4, which is 30.5 acres, will be set aside for open space and recreational uses, including the existing BMX track. Planting Areas 1 and 2 will be for limited light industrial uses, and Planting Area 3 is for limited commercial uses. And Planting Areas 1, 3, and 4 all allow for proposed trails. The Planning Commission heard the proposal at a public hearing on August 12, 2024, and unanimously recommended approval of the request. No one from the public spoke either in support of or against the application. We're in the far north part of the county, right up against County Line Road. Zoning of the property again is A1 and general industrial, just a small area of general industrial. And the property, a little bit of background, the property was zoned agricultural with the exception of zoning in the county in 1955 and has not changed except for a small area of general industrial in the southwest corner of the site. It's owned by Arapahoe County, and that Arapahoe County is a former landfill, and that landfill was closed in 1987 and is subject to Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment post-closure requirements, which includes quarterly collection, monitoring, and reporting of methane and semi-annual reporting of groundwater data to CDPHE and Douglas County. And the collection and monitoring and reporting of methane and groundwater monitoring will continue regardless of whether or not the PD rezoning is approved. This is the development plan, and you can see the Planning Area 4 up here where the existing BMX track is, and they have County Line Road on the north, Colorado Boulevard over here to the west. Their general industrial, light industrial over here uses. And then the largest planning area, which is PA2, will be where the bulk of the proposed outdoor storage would be. Just run through a handful of PD commitments. There will be no buildings on the site. Outdoor storage will not occur unless screened by walls, berms, and/or landscaping. CDPHE must give preliminary approval of any screening methods prior to submitting an application to Douglas County. There's no water or sewer service to the site. Run through just a few slides. This is from the closest unincorporated residential development in Highlands Ranch. It's about 1,000 feet away from the project site up here on the ridge. And this just shows some of the significant settling that occurs on the site on why South Suburban Park and Rec no longer uses the ball fields. And this is a view of a closed parking lot. In the distance is the new South Suburban Park Rec facility, and then they also have brand new multi-purpose fields over there that have replaced the ones on the landfill. Existing BMX track that will remain. And this is looking out towards Colorado Boulevard out in the distance here. That's the main access into the site. This slide shows the approval standards for a PD rezoning request. Should the Planning Commission, or should the board decide to approve the PD rezoning request, we recommend the following 2 conditions. Condition number 1, prior to recordation, all minor technical corrections will be made to the plan development document to the satisfaction of Douglas County. And condition number 2, all commitments and promises made by the applicant or the applicant's representative during the public hearing and/or agreed to in writing and included in the public record have been relied upon by the Board of County Commissioners in approving the application. Therefore, such approval is conditioned upon the applicant's full satisfaction of all such commitments and promises. And Section 150909 sets forth the parameters for the board's decision for a PD rezoning request. And that concludes my presentation. Scott Carlson, the applicant, is here tonight and does have a brief presentation.
Hang on one moment, Mr. Carlson. Any questions from the board for staff?
I have none.
I have none.
Nor I. Mr. Carlson, applicant presentation, please.
Thank you for your time. I'll try to keep it brief. My name is Scott Carlson, C-A-R-L-S-O-N.
This goes forward.
Okay. We've been working on this site for approximately 4 years now. We were approached by Arapahoe County about 4 years ago, given our work in kind of sensitive, environmentally challenged properties in Jefferson and Adams County over the past several years. We worked with CDPHE extensively on those other projects and on this one to try to find a solution to some of the ongoing challenges, the environmental challenges there. Those environmental challenges were driven by things that no one that's in any seat in any county or regulatory agency foresaw at the time in 1960 when this landfill was opened. The landfill was built essentially over what was considered then a dry wash, a dry gulch. Although what happens in development in Colorado, that when development occurs upstream of certain areas, dry gulches become wet. And so that dry gulch became wet, and the powers that be, the Arapahoe County and Waste Management, piped the stormwater underneath the landfill at the time. But what they failed to account for is that buried underneath that pipe, down below the the surface, was a gravel-bearing layer, what's called a paleo channel, that continued to transmit water. That water then has gone through underneath the trash, it comes up, it gets the trash wet, that water gets contaminated, it's been pumped continually for the last several years, and is then treated. And so our solution that we're bringing to bear with CDPHE and with hopefully the approval here tonight is to put in a cutoff wall to stop that clean water from getting into the trash, becoming contaminated, and then requiring treatment. And so the treatment is in compliance with all CDPHE regs, but it seems dumb to me to let clean water get contaminated and then require some ongoing, fairly intensive treatment to get it back to standards. And so our proposals today is to create a sustainable project that's low impact, that can fund these ongoing operations. We'll be not only doing the water mitigation, but we'll also be rebuilding the methane collection and system, regrading the site, bringing it up to current standards, and making sure that the water, both subsurface and surface, is handled appropriately. I'm going to turn time over to Mitch Black from Norris Design to present the plan, and then we can answer any questions you have.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Mr. Black.
Good evening.
Down button advances. All right.
Mitch Black with Norris Design. Last name is B-L-A-C-K. As Scott had mentioned, we then had to find a use that works here well, and we'll get into. We have a team that worked on this, that worked with your staff very closely, talked about 4 years, and the process going forward, everything that we do in detail will have to also go through CDPHE before it goes to the county. So the county never has to really worry about that side of it. If application comes in, it will be completed in the review with CDPHE. So just quickly to the site plan. Access comes off of Colorado Boulevard in the existing location there. The blue rectangle area is a separate application. It's an existing site that will have off-site office and a caretaker's residence to operate this. You've heard the environmental restrictions on the site. It is a capped site, so that has some restrictions on what you can do to that existing ground. So it's great to have that site adjacent to be able to administer this use from. You can see a concept at this point of how the site will work. We've had to put a lot of thought into this. There's a lot of open space around the edges. The site is higher than anything around it from an elevation standpoint. That creates a natural buffer from the beginning. And to the north, there's the existing BMX track. There is the parking that will be provided to the east of that. And then there's the brown land there to the west of the BMX track is also for South Suburban Parks and Rec to work with as well. You can see the white trail system there. That is the existing maintenance roads for the area, and those will be turned into trails. So it's really quite simple to just use what is there, and it'll make the construction budgets a lot better. Again, kind of to the south, you can see some of the trails in Planning Area 1. Those are existing maintenance roads that will have trail details in there. You'll see that detail come forward in a site development plan in the future if we're successful with this rezoning. And then the west edge is Planning Area 3. That has, in the blue area, there's a property that is ongoing business that is in the, you can see in the if this is a pointer on it, but in the very southwest corner of that building, the auto use there uses some overflow parking into the blue area. So that can be consolidated. You can see just in the edge of the property, there's a parking area to let that business, the Euro Collision business, continue operating, but much more efficiently. And so it's kind of solving a lot of different challenges in this specific area. And then up on the top, you can see kind of the dash line around, which is a fenced area for storage and contractor spaces. You can see 178 contractor spaces, 891 RV spaces in this preliminary design. And that area is then set back further from the edges intentionally so we can continue to use that buffer. And just a couple more slides to explain how we've set up this buffering is we have a minimum of 12-foot high fence and berm combination around the edge. And so that undulates based on how grading works and how tall a fence needs to be. The berm allows us to actually build the fence. Since we cannot penetrate that cap, it allows us to have a footing for the fence. And then the first row, the first 30 feet, we can have a maximum height of 12 feet as well for those uses just inside the fence. A couple of sections around the edges to the north. You can see County Line Road on the right. Kind of looking up, you can see how the natural grade difference just you can't even see up there from these edges. You can see how the uses inside, this is very close to what actual grading would be proposed. We have different berm and fence heights, 8-foot fence and a 6-foot berm in this case. We need be a little bit taller. We have soccer fields on the east edge that are adjacent use. Another location on the east along the south edge next to the regional trail and C470. It's a very long distance, but also you can just see the effectiveness of this buffering from multiple locations. As you get up around the southwest corner, again, you just have the kind of the layering of buffering is working out really well doing these studies, trying to show how that works. And then back over against the existing industrial and commercial uses on the west, that combination of berm and fence, and then setback of anything taller towards the interior of the property works well to continue to buffer. So again, to abbreviate our presentation, we did look at the urban land use goals as well as the staff report has many in there as well to make sure that we're working to meet those objectives in the county. And so with that, we'd like to open up with questions, but we are in agreement with the 2 conditions of approval as well.
All right, thank you, Mitch.
Thank you.
Questions from the board for the applicant?
So, Mr. Black, I have been fascinated by this piece of property for years. I came to Douglas County in 1984 as a state trooper, and I remember driving down County Line Road and seeing this parcel with the big fences around it and all sorts of newspapers that were blown against it. And then when I found out Arapahoe County, as I understand this, bought the land and put a dump in Douglas County. Is that right? So it was owned by Arapahoe County. I went through all the old documents in the packet trying to understand this, but now it's owned by Waste Management.
No.
Do I have that right?
Yeah, the current ownership is still Arapahoe County.
Arapahoe County still owns this parcel?
Arapahoe County, Waste Management was the operator. The title owner is Arapahoe County.
Okay.
And
After all
I tried to find some person who could explain, either from Arapahoe County or Douglas County, how this historical anomaly happened, and I have yet to find anyone who's willing to share that analysis or that thought process or how this thing came about. So I'm dealing with the facts on the ground that I have and can't find any reason or how this thing came about.
Well, maybe that's why I kept reading all those old documents in the file, trying to figure it out. So Arapahoe County still owns this land.
Yes, that's correct.
And Waste Management managed it. And now, who is, the packet says Waste Management. Who is bringing this presentation before us?
A limited liability company with my brothers and I and Joe Harrington are the applicants. Waste Management is the operator as operator of record under CDPHE records. The title owner of the real estate is Arapahoe County. And so we all have our different roles to play in there, but Waste Management has not been released as operator by CDPHE in their regs. Arapahoe County is the title owner, and they still have ultimate responsibility to CDPHE. Our goal in this is to bring this landfill to a point where it can be closed in permanently. When that happens, and that may be probably 10 to 20 years of monitoring, of treatment, of shutting off the water. Once CDPHE will allow the designation of operator to be changed, then we'll take title. Until we take title, it'll be under a lease with Arapahoe County. And the operator of record under CDPHE's records will still be Waste Management.
Interesting. Now, I loved your explanation of building this wall to stop the water from running through it
Yes.
and ruining clean water. I love this story. I kept reading this last night, trying to understand all of this, and so these comments add to it. And so this isn't going to be a storage building inside. This is going to be storage for vehicles, so you don't have to worry about the settling of the ground to cause more problems with what's built there.
That's correct. There will never be buildings on top of the site.
Now-
And so we had to find a use that was compatible with land that is still settling and will settle for several decades. And so we looked at lots of different ideas. We thought about a flea market we talked about. We got approached by one event operator to do a tent-based event center. And every time we ran down the avenue of noise or traffic or other impacts, those things we got so balled up, we said, let's come back to something that's simple, benign, quiet. It fits within the context of the neighborhood because it's 1,000 feet away or so, but doesn't create off-site impacts that we then have to chase and deal with.
So just to finish, there was a map you had up here, because I kept thinking, if there's no water here, how are you going to put a caretaker house on here? So the caretaker house is going off to the west in a piece of property that is part of this, but is not part of the landfill. Is that why you can put a caretaker house there?
That's correct. It's on land that was never had trash underneath it. It's currently zoned industrial. It's zoned appropriately. It's not part of CDPHE's oversight, and so it was never part of this property. It was a separate property owner that we've made an option contract with. So that's why it's totally separate from CDPHE's oversight and therefore isn't subject to those conditions.
And what kind of water and sanitary system is there for this house?
I think it's Northern Douglas County Water and Sand.
Okay, so it's
And so
centennial through
it's
that
full-
other
it's
district.
full municipal water.
And it's under the site development process right now.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and then the monitoring that goes on, is that Arapahoe County's responsibility with CDPHE?
Yes, Arapahoe County and Waste Management do that monitoring.
This is amazing. Okay, thank you for answering my questions.
It's remarkably complex. That's why it's taken us so long to get here. And so we've had a dozen meetings with CDPHE. We've gone through, lots of different people to brainstorm how we can bring this into some type of better compliance.
Well, I love this solution. I mean, we'll wait till it's citizen comment, but anyway, thank you.
Okay.
And then there's my son used to play flag football up there. And there's all kinds of things going on over the years, so.
All right, Commissioner Layden, any questions for the applicant?
I'm looking forward to hearing citizen comment. Thanks for the presentation.
Thanks.
All right, I have no questions for the applicant. So at this time, we'll move to citizen testimony. Do any citizens wish to give testimony on this matter? Seeing none in the room, Troy, do we have anybody online who would like to give remote testimony?
Thank you, Commissioner. I have no online comment.
All right, thanks, Troy. Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any further questions for applicant or staff?
I'd just like to say that I appreciate all the work you did. Mitch, you're in front of us all the time, but to figure out what to do with this land, because it's in the middle of Highlands Ranch. And now it's going to have a great use, and we're going to take care of that water so we're not ruining it. So this is really nice. Thank you for explaining this.
Let me make one real quick comment. One of the reasons why there's no neighbors here is that we and Norris took an extraordinary effort of sending notices, meeting with people, and then I went and met with several people in their homes and brought the plans that Mitch and his team put together. So we went through an extraordinary effort to try to make sure that I went and met with people in their living rooms and their kitchens to answer their questions. So.
Sir, go ahead and just give us your name and your credentials, who you represent.
Joe Harrington. I own a house about a mile from here, and I'm a partner with the team. One of the problems that we had historically was there was a 25-year litigation fight over CDPHE's authority versus the county, and this went to the court, and ultimately the resolution is Douglas County and CDPHE have the authority to regulate a landfill, even if Arapahoe owns it. But the main thing is that we'd spent years trying to figure out a way to develop this use. And Arapahoe County was telling CDPHE there was nothing could be done, the pollution's just going to keep going and we can't stop it. And so it was a really cool solution to come up with this, and looking forward to going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So when are you going to build this wall so the water stops running through it? How many years is that going to take you?
Hopefully next year.
Let's get that answer on the record, guys.
Yeah, we have a meeting we already have some preliminary designs, and we're just trying to figure out which of the solutions that are being proposed is the best. So there can be a slurry wall that's used a lot in gravel mining operations and other places. We can do sheet pilings. There's engineering that we have to then focus on, get final engineering drawings, and then present it to CDPHE before we can get anything to come back to the county. So CDPHE is really I don't want to say the ultimate arbiter, because the county has their controls, but we can't come to you all until we make CDPHE happy that the solution that we've engineered is sufficient. So we hope to build it next spring. I went around the question. Next spring, we're going to hope to be constructing that cutoff wall.
Well, thank you for being persistent. I mean, this is a square of land that is not part of Highlands Ranch. I think it's called Providence. And the water comes from Centennial Water, but it's called North Douglas County or some other name, but I know exactly where this is. So thank you.
All right. Well, board, we did not have any citizen testimony on this. We have heard from the applicant. Applicant has agreed with the two conditions. How do we wish to dispose of this application?
Well, if it does please the board, I'd like to make a motion to approve the County Line Storage Plan development rezoning because it does meet all of the approval criteria with the two conditions as presented. Project file ZR 2021-004.
Second.
All right, there is a motion and a second. Hey, Mr. Carlson, we're like on our 10-year anniversary of first appearing before me in an elected position. Back then, a residential development. Montana's gorgeous and working out really well, by the way. Once again, you were the developer that would meet people at their kitchen tables and go over the plan door to door, kitchen table by kitchen table. Of course, you and I had a chance to speak to this. I don't even think I was sworn in yet, and I told you were crazy. And I'm really glad to see I'm really glad you didn't bother to talk to me about it up until now, because I don't know, I think I would have told you that you're even more crazy. But I really admire the persistence, very much like as Commissioner Thomas said, you're doing a good deed. And then, of course, I do hope the good deed will pay off in the end, and we'll get this piece of land to something productive that can be more than just an old landfill that is a super fun site in the making. So, excellent. Board, any further discussion?
Well, I just think we need to remember that Arapahoe County did this in our county.
We'll take it to Jessica and tell her that, she needs to pay up or something. How about that? Yeah. All right. There is a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And so the rezoning is approved. Congratulations to the applicant. Okay. So, folks, that's, I know everybody was waiting for us to do more, but this brings us to the end of the agenda today. The next land use meeting, public hearing, will be held on Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024 at 2:30 p.m., and we are adjourned.